There are places in the ocean where sound bends, where compasses spin, where cold water runs warm, and the silence feels inhabited. Things have been found there, things that don't belong. A smooth sphere pulsing faint light, a deep hum recorded by no vessel, a shadow moving against current, slow, deliberate, and watching. These aren't legends. They were measured, documented, and still unexplained. Tonight, we drift into those places, not to solve them, just to witness, to listen, to wonder. Before we begin, tell me, where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Drop it in the comments. Let's see how far these mysteries travel, from trench to tide pool, from your room to the bottom of the sea. Let's begin. There is a place near the western slope of the Mariana Trench where sound doesn't behave the way it should. In 2016, an unmanned submersible deployed a string of hydrophones to map the ambient pressure noise. For 12 minutes, the equipment captured a rising tone that pulsed in 5-second intervals, soft, mechanical, almost musical, and then abruptly stopped. Researchers named it echo loop, not for the tone itself, but for what followed. Exactly 18 hours later, the same sound returned, identical waveform, identical pitch, and when mapped against the ocean's depth layers, it hadn't moved. The source had not drifted with the current. It hadn't risen or fallen. It had remained still, as if anchored in a dimension of sound, not space. The recordings were triple-checked. No ships in range, no whales, no seismic disturbance, just the pulse, then silence. Then again, like something was answering itself across time. Even stranger, the hydrophones farther north, closer to the Challenger Deep, caught a faint echo of the same tone 2 minutes before the original sound was recorded. A reverse delay, a call that arrived before it was ever sent. Audio analysts scrubbed the data for hours, looking for faults, glitches, interference. But the signal was clean, predictable, deliberate. One researcher joked it was like listening to an echo trapped in a loop, trying to find its origin. But others weren't laughing, because on a third deployment, they sent down a test beacon that pinged every 20 seconds. It never came back. The loop remained, but now with an added beat, a faint, irregular knock beneath the tone, like something had heard them and had joined the rhythm. They haven't gone back since. A surveillance drone from a naval deep-sea program was the first to capture it. Not a creature, not a wreck, but a shape carved directly into the ocean floor, off the edge of the Philippine Basin, where the seabed stretches smooth and undisturbed. The drone's sonar registered something unnatural. When the footage was reviewed, it showed a spiral, a wide, deliberate curl, pressed into the silt, nearly half a mile across, narrowing as it wound inward with eerie precision. There were no sharp angles, no jagged distortions, just one perfect, looping trail drawn, like a fingerprint into the skin of the deep. The formation had no origin point, no track led into it, no exit led away. It simply was, as though whatever made it had emerged from beneath, coiled in silence, and vanished where the spiral ended. The groove was deep, too deep for soft-bodied creatures, too consistent for currents. When oceanographers traced its arc, they found something stranger. The spacing of each loop aligned with the Fibonacci sequence, the same natural ratio that governs galaxies, hurricanes, and nautilus shells. But this wasn't natural. It felt architectural, designed. When a second survey crew returned weeks later, the spiral hadn't degraded. In fact, the edges had sharpened, as if something had retraced the path since the last visit. And yet, not a single disturbance surrounded it. No trails, no scatter of sand, no marks on the flat terrain beyond its bounds. Divers described the center as dead still, as though pressure itself dropped at its heart. Some theories suggest thermal venting patterns, others speak of magnetic anomalies, attracting particles into formation. But one diver, whose audio log never aired publicly, described it differently. She said the spiral wasn't made in the sand. It was made through it, as if the spiral were a gateway, as if something vast had surfaced, turned once and descended again. What draws that pattern? What waits at its center? No one stayed long enough to find out. Near the Gulf of Mexico, there's a trench where divers speak of a river that flows through the sea, not metaphorically, a true winding current of dense water, visibly distinct from the ocean around it. It hugs the seafloor like a serpent made of mercury, curling through canyons, pouring over submerged cliffs, and carrying fallen leaves from surface forests that should have rotted long ago. The current doesn't mix. It resists diffusion. Fish that enter don't return, and when submersibles glide across its edge, they report momentary glitches in orientation, like compasses hesitating, cameras ghosting for a frame, pressure gauges jittering in their casings. Scientists call it a brine pool, a pocket of hypersaline water, heavier than the ocean itself. But this river moves. It doesn't sit in a depression. It cuts forward. It forks. It branches. It curls around ancient rocks with the elegance of something alive. And it's warm. Too warm. Its temperature doesn't match the surrounding seabed. Some suspect geothermal sources. Others think the warmth is residual, as if the river has passed through heat before arriving here. As if it remembers the path it came from. In 2009, an ROV followed the current upstream, tracing its silver thread through the canyon floor. After a few hundred meters, the terrain dropped sharply, and the river plunged into a cave. The vehicle descended after it, entering a void that had no ceiling in sonar range. A thermal flare lit the darkness ahead, and then, nothing. Contact was lost. The ROV was never recovered. What came back through the tether was a faint humming sound, low and rhythmically pulsed, as if the signal had been folded and returned in pieces. Local fishermen, generations before the instruments, already knew of the place. They called it La Garante, Cano Regresa, the current that does not return. No nets are cast there, no anchors dropped. The ocean is avoided, not feared, but respected, because that river beneath the waves is not a metaphor. It is a path, a scar, a memory of something deeper cutting through, and it is still moving. The descent was supposed to be shallow, routine survey work near the Sangye Ridge, where tectonic plates press like slow breathing beneath the sea. 2 divers went down. Tethered, suited, trained for deep work. The ocean was clear. No turbulence, no drift, just slow motion silence and the hum of distant equipment overhead. At 70 meters, they paused to record the sediment pattern along a new volcanic vent, recently mapped but not yet explored. They spoke, confirmed readings, noted temperature. Then the line went quiet, not abruptly, just quieter. One voice faded, the other remained. Surface control, thought it was comm interference, maybe a mic fault. But 5 minutes later, only one tether rose. The winch reeled it in slowly, a pale line climbing through green-blue murk, shaking with the weight of the sea. And then the diver broke the surface. He didn't speak. He clung to the ladder, mask still sealed, hands trembling. They pulled him in and asked where the other was. He looked at them, eyes wide behind fogged glass, and whispered. She kept sinking. The footage from his body cam was corrupted, half-lit blurs, a strange flicker in the corner, garbled audio. But one detail remained clear, a hand, just ahead of him, slowly lowering beyond the vent's rim, fingers stretched upward, as if reaching for help, or waving goodbye. They scrubbed the footage for more, tried light filters, signal repair. But nothing explained the faint shape rising behind her in the last frame, something large and indistinct. No bubbles, no fins, just mass, like a presence in the dark. The missing diver was never found. Her tether had been severed clean. No signs of distress, no panic, just disappearance. The survivor never dove again. He claimed she heard something calling before she drifted, but no one else had recorded sound. Only stillness, only pressure. They say the trench below that vent is one of the deepest on the planet, unmapped, unreached, and someone, or something, was already down there, waiting. Southwest of the Faroe Islands, there's a quadrant marked with no official warning, no red zone on nautical maps, but the fishing crews all know it. Coordinates passed between hands, spoken quietly in port bars and coastal kitchens. Not cursed, not forbidden, just avoided. A patch of ocean that swallows gear, warps compasses, and sends the most seasoned captains home early, silent behind the wheel. They call it the drop, because when you cross its edge, the sea changes. The sound beneath the hull vanishes, not quiet, empty, as if something vast has pulled all presence from the water. Sonar hiccups. Nets snag without resistance, and sometimes the fish themselves stop swimming, pulled still in the trawl, stiff and glazed, like they were frozen in a single moment of fear before they ever hit the deck. One ship, the Olsvin, went deeper into the drop, trawling for cold water hake. What came up wasn't fish. It was a net shredded in a spiral pattern, and inside it, blackened kelp twisted like sinew, and a barnacle-crusted fragment of metal, stamped with a symbol no one could identify. Not a letter, not a flag. Something older, etched deep, with precision that didn't rust. The crew took photos. One diver claimed the shape reminded him of a cave drawing he saw once in a museum, something from before known seafaring began. The fragment was sent for study. It never arrived. Somewhere in transport, it was lost. Since then, local trawlers keep a wide berth. They don't speak of superstition, just results. They say no matter what you bring up from that patch, it comes at a cost. Not always a disaster, but something leaves with you, something you can't measure. The youngest deckhands sleep poorly after their first crossing, and sometimes they hear knocking in the hull, not from outside, from below, timed, waiting. No one sails directly over it anymore. The drop isn't on any map, but it's there, and the ocean knows who dares come close. Buoy 17 was deployed just west of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, part of a string of monitoring stations, meant to track seismic tremors along the fault. Bright orange, solar-powered, anchored deep into bedrock. It sent a stable signal every 90 seconds. For 6 days, it pulsed like clockwork. Then, on the 7th night, it vanished. No storm, no current anomaly, just silence. The last recorded transmission was unremarkable. Low wave activity, standard pressure. But technicians reviewing the data later noticed something strange. In the final 30 seconds, the signal's timing shifted, not by much, milliseconds at most, but enough to suggest interference. When they magnified the waveform, they found a faint harmonic, buried in the static. A second tone, barely perceptible. It was as though something had answered the buoy, and then it was gone. Divers were sent to recover the rig. They found the anchor line still trailing into the black, cut clean, not frayed, not snapped, severed. The seabed below was disturbed, not a landslide, not animal tracks, just a smooth depression, as if something had pressed into the sediment and lifted away. 2 weeks later, a different station picked up a stray ping. Same frequency, same ID, Buoy 17's tag. But it wasn't coming from the ridge. It was thousands of miles away, near the Kerguelen Plateau, an impossible jump for any floating object. No current moves that fast. No recovery vessels had gone near it. They scrambled to trace the signal, to triangulate its new position. But before they could lock it in, the ping cut out. Final log entry, 1 pulse, followed by an untranslatable fragment, a sound not in the buoy's programming, rhythmic, organic, like breathing through metal. Buoy 17 was never found. Its replacement, Buoy 18, lasted only 4 days. Then it too fell silent. They didn't replace it again. Some say it's a tectonic anomaly. Others blame magnetic fields. But the ocean knows when something is watching, and maybe, just maybe, something didn't want to be measured. Not there, not again. North of the Weddell Sea, where the cold runs deeper than darkness, a trawler named Elvira pulled something strange from the continental shelf. The catch was supposed to be squid. Long-line bait nets cast near a thermal upwelling, where life clusters in plumes of warmer water. But what came up in the mesh was not a squid. Not entirely. The body was translucent, thin as gauze, and webbed with veins that shimmered faint blue under the deck lights. It twitched once, then twice, then opened 2 eyes. Not eyes, exactly, but glowing orbs recessed deep into sockets that hadn't evolved for daylight. They pulsed, not randomly, in rhythm, a slow blink, then another, almost like a signal. The crew didn't recognize the species. It had no match in their records. Too large to be juvenile, too symmetrical for mutation. Its limbs were fine, almost hair-like, dozens of them folded beneath its body like a cloak. One crewmate tried to touch it. The light in its eyes flared, and his hand jerked back, burned with cold so sudden it blistered. A medic swore the temperature around the catch had dropped several degrees in seconds. The deck lights flickered, the cameras jammed. They released it back to the sea within minutes, not out of fear, out of respect, out of an unspoken feeling that it hadn't meant to be caught, that its glow wasn't illumination, but language, something trying to understand where it was, who had touched it, and how far it was from home. The logbook listed the encounter as unclassified gelatinous mass, but the crew called it something else. El de los ojos de farol, the one with lantern eyes. Since that voyage, others in the region have reported similar glimpses, lights beneath the ice shelf, pulsing in pairs, moving slowly against the tide. Some believe it's a species we've simply overlooked. Others suspect it's not of our timeline, something that doesn't belong in this layer of ocean, or this century. Whatever it is, it saw the crew that night. Not just physically, it saw them. And then it blinked, and vanished beneath the hull. The freighter Nadira was caught off the coast of Mozambique, in a storm that hadn't been forecast. It rose from still water without warning. No satellite imagery, no pressure dip, no wind shear to announce it. Just a wall of grey swallowing the horizon. The crew reported static on all radios as the clouds closed in. A strange metallic hiss layered beneath the usual crackle, and then through the fog came something they couldn't explain. Voices, not yelling, not panic, but whispering, soft, persistent, impossible to localize. The sound crept in through steel, through deck plates, through the cold breath of the ship's ventilation system. Dozens of voices, men, women, some faint, some close, and all repeating one thing: names, first names, last names, names none of the crew recognized, names whispered, as if being read from a long broken list, some in other languages, some barely audible beneath the groan of the ship's frame. The storm intensified, but never struck. Rain circled the vessel without falling, waves pressed near without breaking. It was as if the ship had been placed in the center of an eye, not calm but observed. One of the deckhands began repeating a name under his breath, a name no one on board had. When asked, he said it came to him in a dream, except he hadn't been asleep. He didn't remember speaking, and when they searched the name later, they found it belonged to a sailor lost off the same coast in 1897. No body recovered, only a journal washed ashore, pages inked with coordinates that led nowhere. Eventually the storm broke apart, scattering as quickly as it had formed. Instruments returned, radios cleared, but the crew was different, quiet, withdrawn, like something had been said to them that couldn't be unsaid. Weather analysts blamed sudden cyclonic spin, but when the ship's black box was reviewed, one layer of audio remained beneath the system logs, a faint murmuring, looping over itself in strange, breathy consonants. Linguists tried to isolate it. Some thought it was code, others, prayer. One fragment was unmistakable, a voice, clear, whispering the captain's name. Off the western edge of the Azores plateau, sonar mapping drones returned a reading that didn't belong. Among a scatter of sediment mounds and basalt ridges stood a shape too smooth, too vertical, a single obelisk rising from the seafloor like the tip of a buried monument. 20 meters tall, flat sides, edges that hadn't yet worn soft from centuries of current. At first it was dismissed as a natural extrusion, an odd volcanic spire, until 6 months later it was scanned again, and it had grown, not just taller, sharper, 5 more meters in height, edges cleaner than before, corners more defined. Against the erosion of the sea, it had not decayed, it had refined. The research team marked it for anomaly study. On the next dive, their submersible approached from the north, lights catching the surface of the object. It wasn't stone, not entirely. Beneath a crust of mineral and coral was something smoother, almost black glass. Not reflective, but absorbing. So dark it distorted the shadows around it. As the vessel circled, a diver extended a probe to collect a surface scrape. Before contact, all onboard lights dimmed. Instruments flickered. Depth sensors spun. The sea around the monolith shimmered, not with light, but with temperature. Heat pulsed from the base upward, invisible but measured. The diver withdrew the arm. The systems returned. But when they reviewed the footage later, the timestamp had doubled. 10 minutes of memory, recorded over 20. As if something in the monolith bent time. No samples were retrieved. But over the next 2 years, satellite scans noted something even stranger. The monolith was not static. It grew in spurts, often following seismic activity in entirely different parts of the world. A quake in Chile, an underwater landslide near Japan, and each time weeks later, the structure would change. Add a ring, shift its angle, reach upward. Geologists debate what process could explain it. None agree. But one diver described it best, quietly, as they returned to port. "It's not a monument," she said. "It's a route. And it's looking for something." The trench near the Sulu Sea was never mapped in full. Too narrow, too steep, too deep. Sonar pings warped when dropped past 8,000 meters, returning ghost echoes, or flat nothing. Submersibles that ventured close reported sensor anomalies. But it wasn't until the Calyptra expedition in 2014 that the deeper mystery emerged. On the morning of the dive, all instruments read normal, compass bearings locked, gyroscopes synced. The vessel, a small 2-man pod designed for trench descent, began its slow spiral downward, lights cutting through cold black water. At 9,200 meters, the lead pilot noticed a wobble, not in the pod, but in the needle. It flickered west, held for 3 seconds, then corrected. Then it happened again. East, then south, then spinning. At first they blamed equipment malfunction, but when the crew surfaced 4 hours later, the real concern began. The logs showed all external instruments had behaved normally. No solar flare, no electromagnetic storm. The disturbance had been local, tight, clean and precise. And when the compass was removed and brought back to sea level, it never recovered. The needle continued to spin, slowly, endlessly, like a ritual too old to stop. The team replaced it. But over the next month, 5 different compasses used in that trench malfunctioned the same way. Some cracked, others vibrated, and one, recovered weeks later, was found embedded with a spiral etching, faint but unmistakable, along the brass housing. No one carved it. It hadn't been there before, but the lines followed a shape like orbit decay, something bending through invisible fields, pulling not just metal, but time itself. Later, divers began reporting more than equipment failure: vertigo, hearing pulses, seeing light where there was none. One said the trench hummed. Another said it was like standing inside an enormous turning mechanism, the teeth of it just out of reach. Whatever lies within that narrow deep is not content to stay forgotten. It does not speak with sound or sight. It turns slowly, patiently, drawing needles, pressure, memory, all toward its center, and in its presence, direction becomes meaningless. South of the Pitcairn Islands, where the seafloor softens into ash-grey sediment and volcanic debris, a team of marine ecologists discovered what they first mistook for a dead reef. It stretched nearly 2 kilometers. A broad field of branching coral, bone-pale and brittle, clustered so densely that it looked like a forest struck by lightning. No fish moved through it. No anemones clung to the stems. Just silence, so deep it felt wrong. They approached with cautious reverence, the dive craft hovering just meters above the coral tips. Instruments began to spike, not from motion or temperature, but from pressure vibration. The water around the reef pulsed faintly, a rhythm, regular, too regular. Hydrophones deployed along the edges picked it up first. A sound, not a hum, not a thrum of tectonic movement, a noise like wind screaming through stone, jagged, low, and constant. It wasn't audible to the divers in real time, but the recordings when played back on deck chilled the entire team. The sound had shape, it modulated, built, dipped. One marine technician described it as like something breathing through 1,000 broken whistles. Another swore he heard words, fragments of syllables twisted by distortion. A third refused to listen again, claiming it gave him dreams of things rising through ice, their mouths too wide. No visual movement was recorded, but every coral stalk faced the same direction, bent slightly, like wheat in a wind that never stopped. And when the team returned days later, the formation had shifted, not completely, just enough. A small arc had widened, a new pathway curled inward, as if the reef was reconfiguring. Samples were taken, most disintegrated. One stalk remained intact. Under the microscope, its pores were not those of coral at all. They resembled cochlear chambers, structures for receiving sound. The reef wasn't dead, it was listening, and whatever it was hearing, it had started to answer. In the southern Bering Sea, near an uninhabited islet too small to name, cartographers marked a shallow rise, no more than a mile wide, a sandbar that appeared and disappeared across decades of naval records. It wasn't a reef, it wasn't a shoal, but the locals, the few fishermen who still dared work those waters, called it Unga's Moor, the sandbar that swallowed what floated too close. It began with the Novi Obelisk, a Soviet research trawler in 1963. Calm weather, clear skies, final transmission, latitude, longitude, and a strangely worded log entry, coastal feature, not consistent with previous chart. Then nothing, no wreckage, no flare, just a missing dot on the map. 2 years later, a Japanese fishing boat drifted off course. The captain's log was recovered from a washed-up lifeboat. It included a sketch, an arc of golden sand, perfectly still, rising out of glass-flat water, and a line of masts poking out, half submerged, like the bones of old ships trying to breathe. When satellite mapping began in the early 2000s, the sandbar appeared once more, briefly, just 3 frames across a week-long survey, then gone. Analysis suggested a fine suspended particulate, silt or sediment dense enough to mimic solid land, but no underwater landslide matched. No seismic lift explained it, just presence, and then absence. 2 vessels were dispatched to investigate. One stayed distant, watching through long-range scopes. The other moved in, cautiously, lights raking the water. They saw the sand rise again just before nightfall, a clean crescent, empty, but in its center, something moved, not above, but below, sand curling, as if something breathed beneath it. The closer ship approached. Instruments died. When dawn broke, only the distant vessel remained. No distress call, no signal. The sandbar had vanished again. The sea was flat. Years later, a trawler's net dredged up a warped porthole marked with the missing vessel's registration. Its metal was scraped from the inside, and within the glass, sand, still wet. No island claims the wreck. No records hold the truth, but the fishermen still whisper, "It's not a sandbar, it's a mouth, and it's hungry." In the deeper blue, just beyond the continental slope near Madagascar, oceanographers studying pelagic drift encountered something that defied both expectation and gravity. Beneath 3,000 meters, a current rose, not horizontally, not swirling, upward, as if the sea itself had turned over in its sleep and forgotten how it was meant to move. It was first detected by a suspended array of drift globes, sensitive, neutrally buoyant instruments that float with the motion of water. The array, designed to trace horizontal shear zones, behaved strangely as it passed through a narrow ravine. The globes rose, steadily, in a perfect column, not with turbulence or eddy churn, but as if being drawn, not by temperature or salinity, but by something else. A rescue submersible was dispatched to retrieve the equipment. As it approached the coordinates, its onboard cameras caught something unnerving, an underwater cascade of particulate, like snow, rising, tiny specks of silt and debris drifting not down, but up, spiraling in slow vertical loops like moths to a ceiling lamp no one could see. The pilot described it as watching time unwind, as if what should fall, returned. They adjusted ballast and entered the current. For 37 seconds, the submersible rose without propulsion. Internal logs showed no engine use. External readings suggested negative pressure, not suction, but something stranger, like reversed inertia. The higher they drifted, the warmer the temperature became. Not by much, but enough to feel like ascent into shallows. Then at the 40-meter mark, everything stopped. Instruments shut down, lights dimmed, the current collapsed. The craft dropped, safe but shaken, and the globes were recovered. Their outer shells were warped, not pressure crushed, but stretched, as if something had tugged at them from all sides before letting go. No ocean model could explain it. Thermohaline patterns didn't match, tidal flows were wrong, gravity, untouched, and yet something in that ravine, some buried mechanism of sea or stranger thing, had reached upward, briefly, as if remembering how to climb. And then, just as gently, it let go. Divers searching for manganese nodules in the Indian Ocean's Crozet Basin came upon a slab they weren't supposed to find. Resting flat at a depth of nearly 4,800 meters, the stone was smooth, unusually rectangular, and larger than any boulder in the vicinity. Too precise to have tumbled naturally, too heavy to have been lowered. One edge was buried, the other gently tilted as if it had once been placed with care. What drew attention wasn't its size. It was the pattern. Etched across the surface were shallow grooves, winding, intersecting, curling like rivers, traced with a fine blade. At first they seemed like random erosion lines, but a closer look told another story. They weren't cracks. They weren't organic. They were deliberate, gridded, measured, as if someone had once charted something, not with ink, but with pressure, carving guidance into the surface of the sea itself. One diver recognized the rough outline of a peninsula, but not one above water anymore. Another traced what looked like a mountain range, perfectly scaled to a formation now buried beneath Greenland's shelf. The deeper they studied the slab, the more features aligned. Islands that no longer exist, volcanic shapes hidden under the Pacific crust, shorelines worn smooth by epochs. The grooves were precise, but shallow, like memory fading in stone. And at the center of the carving, one circle, unmarred and blank, a space not labeled, not marked, as if something should have gone there, but didn't. A submersible arm attempted to shift the slab. It didn't move, not even a tremor, not anchored by coral or sediment, just rooted, like a foundation. The coordinates were logged. The team left to prepare extraction. When they returned 3 weeks later, the slab was gone. In its place, smooth seafloor, no debris, no drag marks, no hole, as if it had never been there. Except for a single fragment, lodged in the teeth of the robotic claw, it still had a corner of the carving on it. And what it showed wasn't Earth. Somewhere between the Gulf Stream's gentle churn and the Midnight Zone's eternal stillness lies a border the sea rarely crosses. The Thermocline, a quiet wall of temperature, separating warm surface water from the dark, cold below. It should sit still, it should hover, layer upon layer, like oil over stone. But east of Bermuda, research vessels have reported something else entirely. A moving line. The first sighting came from the Arcturus, a NOAA vessel, testing subthermal drift patterns. Midway through a descent, their CTD probe, designed to measure conductivity, temperature, and depth, began registering violent fluctuations, not spikes, not turbulence, just a wandering thermocline, rising, falling, looping in on itself. When sonar scanned the area, it returned a crescent-shaped distortion, not solid, not empty, a sort of shiver through the water column, trailing in a slow arc across the Atlantic, like something large and invisible, brushing through density layers. The phenomenon lasted 7 hours, then vanished. 3 weeks later, a deep-sea glider launched from Portugal picked up the same thing, same pattern, same shifting temperature wall, but this time, it moved against the current, hundreds of miles in the wrong direction, as if it had chosen a path, regardless of the ocean's will. One theory suggests geothermal flares, sudden heat vents altering local stratification. Another claims it's a reaction to decaying Atlantic circulation, but the movement is too clean, too purposeful. Divers who've brushed against the thermocline describe an overwhelming sense of motion, as if the ocean was trying to move them. One diver, in his final log, said it best: "I didn't hit the thermocline, it hit me. Like standing on a staircase that suddenly steps away. I felt the water thinking, what if the thermocline isn't a line at all? What if it's a boundary, not just of temperature, but of memory, of layers folding into one another? The sea doesn't just move through itself, sometimes it moves around something else, and sometimes, whatever that is, begins to rise." Off the coast of Namibia, a mineral exploration drone captured footage of something unexpected. Not a rock, not a creature, but a chain. A heavy iron length resting in the dust of the seafloor, half buried beneath centuries of drifting sediment. It was thick, corroded by age, but unmistakably forged. Links the size of ships' wheels, fused by pressure, stretching north like a trail through a forgotten forest of underwater stillness. At first, they assumed it was part of a wreck, an anchor line lost to time. But there was no ship, no wood, no hull. The sonar sweep ahead revealed only more chain, more links, arcing around rock formations and winding into darkness. It wasn't taut, it wasn't broken, it simply lay there, like it had been placed with intent. Divers followed it for 600 meters. Still, no end, still, no source. Just that patient, rusting spine cutting across the seabed, like an idea too old to name. On the third dive, they found something stranger: coral growth along the links. Not clustered, but spaced, evenly. Identical tufts like markers, some glowing faintly under ultraviolet light. The team biologist noted a pattern. The coral formed rings, perfect rings, always 3 per link. No natural colony forms that way. A sample was taken. When scanned in the lab, the coral's internal structure mirrored spiral harmonics, shapes found in sound wave propagation, not biological growth. As if it had formed in response to a frequency long gone. The chain continued. They marked the coordinates and followed further. Eventually, it reached a sheer drop, a cliff that fell straight into a trench too deep for their current equipment. The last visible link sat right at the edge, not anchored, not snapped, just ending. As if the rest had been pulled below, coiled into something waiting further down. They named it the Wayfinder, but no one who saw it believed it was meant for ships. Chains bind, chains guide, chains hold something in place. And this one, once upon a time, led somewhere. Now, it leads nowhere. Or worse, something pulled it home. During a month-long acoustic survey near the Kermadec Trench, researchers aboard the Solara 6 registered a tone so clean, so precise, it was mistaken for an equipment calibration. One perfect chime, long, resonant, impossibly deep. It rang out once, then echoed softly across every hydrophone on the array, rebounding off trench walls, folding into the roar of thermal vents and pressure groans, before dissolving back into silence. At first, no one believed it. Subsea acoustics are chaotic, a symphony of bubbles, tectonics, and biosonar. But this was different. A bell tone pure and unwavering, recorded in open ocean nearly 10,000 meters down. The first playback sent a stillness through the room. Not fear, not awe, something quieter, something like recognition. The sound didn't feel new, it felt remembered. On the second night, it rang again, same hour, same note, but this time, it carried harmonics, layered frequencies hidden beneath the main tone. When the waveform was expanded, one researcher found what appeared to be a timed pattern: 3 pulses, a pause, then 5 shorter chimes buried in the low hum, like code, or call and response. They sent down an ROV, equipped with sonar pingers to triangulate the source. It descended in silence, tracing the curve of the trench, lights casting long beams into nothing. Then at 9,600 meters, it paused. Something large passed through the sonar field, not solid, but present, like a curtain of density sweeping across the deep. Then, the bell rang again. Closer. The chime didn't hurt, but it vibrated through the equipment. One of the signal engineers described it as being rung from the inside out, not heard, inhabited. When they retrieved the ROV, The titanium housing was intact, but etched with lines, thin arcs traced by something sharper than pressure. They formed a near-perfect circle around the dome, as if the ROV had passed through a gate, as if it had been marked. No ships were ever reported lost in that trench. No cultures left records of sunken temples or forgotten towers. But now some believe there is a bell, not made by hands, not meant for ears, waiting in the dark, and something still rings it. Station Delta was never meant to be permanent. A modular oceanographic outpost. It hovered in the mid-Atlantic abyss between two fracture zones, far from shipping lanes, far from eyes. It was meant to study benthic migration patterns and low-frequency seismic activity, nothing more. 3 researchers, 2 submersibles, 1 uplink, silent, routine, until the transmissions changed. The last known recording from Station Delta came at 4:12 UTC, logged by a satellite that received only fragments. The first few seconds were standard: water temperature, salinity, pressure. Then came a pause, a long one. Then breathing, shallow, uneven. One voice, male, whispering something close to the mic, repeatedly. Don't go outside. Then static, and underneath the static, something else. Not words, not exactly, but rhythm. Wet clicks, long, slow reverberations like the sound of dragging chains across silt. Some believed it was the pressure hull buckling, others weren't so sure. A recovery team was dispatched 6 hours later. When they arrived, Station Delta was still there, fully intact. No breach, no visible damage. Lights still glowing dimly through the portholes, but no response to calls, no signs of life. The airlock was sealed from the inside. When they finally breached the hatch, they found the central console melted, not burned, melted, as if heat had radiated from within the metal. The logs were unreadable. The auxiliary systems had been wiped, and the researchers were gone. No bodies, no suits missing, just 3 untouched bunks and a pot of coffee, half finished, still warm. Later analysis of the static revealed a pattern buried deep in the lower hertz range. Slowed down, it resembled a pulse, then a signature, then silence, complete and perfect. The kind of silence that doesn't occur naturally, the kind that replaces something. No other station has been placed in that sector since. The coordinates are now listed as an acoustic interference zone, but in certain circles, the final transmission still circulates. A whisper, a warning, and something, listening. Whatever happened to Station Delta was not mechanical failure, it was arrival. Near the base of the Clarion-Clipperton Zone, a stretch of seafloor, known for its rich mineral beds, and endless plains of manganese nodules. Deep-sea prospectors mapped something they couldn't explain. At first, it looked like a compression error. Straight lines, right angles, regularity where there should only be chaos. But when the submersible passed directly overhead, the camera confirmed it. A perfect grid, a series of intersecting paths, lines etched into the ocean floor, spaced evenly, running for kilometers. Too large to be human, too exact to be natural. The grooves weren't deep, only a few inches into the silt, but they were old, encrusted with benthic organisms, softened at the edges by time. Yet still, the pattern held, 9 squares across, 12 down, each intersection precisely aligned to true north, regardless of seafloor, drift or tonic shift. That shouldn't have been possible. The floor moves, plates spread, but this remained still. Some thought it was the result of early geological activity, cracks from cooling lava. Others argued it was evidence of undersea mining from long-lost, undocumented operations. But the sediment layers told another story. Whatever carved the lines had done so before the nodules began to grow, meaning the grid had been there for at least 5 million years. On the second dive, a small ROV was sent to follow one row. After nearly 3 hours, it encountered a raised platform, a square just like the others, but elevated. Carved into its surface was a shallow depression, circular, with 3 spiral notches converging at the center. The feed went black. When power returned, the ROV was intact, but no longer over the grid. It had drifted, or been moved, almost 2 kilometers east. Its orientation had shifted, its memory logs were corrupted, and in one corner of the footage, just before the blackout, was a flicker, not of light, but of reflection, as if something had looked back. The grid remains unmapped in full. Every drone sent to chart its edges returns incomplete, scrambled, or silent. The lines continue. No one knows who made them. No one knows what they form. But they are still down there, waiting to be solved. Off the coast of the Kuril Islands, a mid-sized commercial trawler lowered its deep-sea rig in search of lanternfish and krill. The night was cold, the sea mirror still, the crew moving with practiced silence beneath frost-glazed lights. The winch groaned, the cables stretched. Unsathed Poseidons, and the net descended, disappearing into black. At 2,400 meters, they locked depth, waited, then reeled it back. What surfaced was not the weight of a full catch, but something else entirely. A net half consumed, steaming in the night air. Its nylon lines melted into clumps, like blackened wax. The metal rigging had warped. One hook was missing, its tether snapped clean, and the air around it, even above water, reeked of scorched salt and ozone, like lightning had struck the sea itself. The crew stood motionless. Nets don't burn underwater, not without heat, not without flame. And yet, here it was, fibers fused, threads seared shut, some crumbling at the touch. They doused it anyway. No fire, no smoke, just that smell. And silence. The sonar log from the descent showed no seismic spike, no volcanic vent, no hydrothermal plume, just a soft disturbance, a blip, at precisely 2,408 meters, a flutter in the water column. The shape, brief as it was, resembled a sphere. Later that week, the ship's medic began coughing. He hadn't touched the net, only passed near it. Wonder of say, nah. When they scanned him back at port, radiology flagged something odd in his lungs. Not cancer, not infection, but shadowed patterns, circular and evenly spaced, like something had mapped itself inside him and left. Samples of the net were sent to multiple labs. Most came back unreadable. One, unofficially, returned a phrase, scribbled in the margin of a handwritten report, not melted, rewritten. What did the net touch? What brushed it hard enough to change its shape, without light, without pressure, without trace? And if it left something behind, was the net the only thing it rewrote? Beneath the Gulf of Mexico, at a depth where most life should dissolve in pressure and silence, lies a body of water inside another, a lake resting on the seafloor. Perfectly still, perfectly bordered, as though a mirror had been laid flat across the bottom of the world. They call it a brine pool, a hypersaline lake too dense to mix with the seawater around it. But names don't capture its strangeness. Its surface ripples with no wind. Its waves lap soundlessly against salt-encrusted shores. The boundary between sea and lake is so precise it looks artificial, like glass melted into water. A submersible once tried to enter. The pilot reported a shift in resistance, not temperature or pressure, but presence. The moment the vessel dipped beneath the brine's surface, its lights dimmed. The outside cameras blurred. One recorded a flicker, a distortion moving across the dome, like fingers dragging across thick glass. When the craft surfaced, the brine sloughed off in sheets. The pilot wouldn't speak for hours, just sat in silence, wet from sweat, whispering that the lake was awake. Inside the pool, life grows strangely. Mussels with gold-tinted shells, worms with no mouths, bacteria that thrive on methane, but none of them stray beyond the border, as if something holds them there, or feeds them. One diver dropped a sealed sensor into the center. It recorded audio. 20 minutes of shifting currents, then something else. A deep, slow vibration, repeating, measured, like breath or bellows. A rhythm that grew louder, the deeper the sensor sank. At 45 meters, the signal cut out completely. When retrieved, the casing had warped inward, as though pulled, not crushed. The lake is mapped now, catalogued, named. But that doesn't change what it is. A separate ocean, hidden inside the first closed, complete, and listening. The pilots who visit it say they dream differently afterward. They see reflections that don't match their bodies, feel warmth under their feet when they stand still too long, not haunting, just remembering. In 2021, a deep-sea surveyor, scanning a trench near the Scotia Sea, captured a brief anomaly on the imaging feed. Not a creature, not a shadow, but a silhouette. It hovered for a fraction of a second on the edge of the scan, standing against the seafloor, upright, tall, thin, geometrically wrong, like a tower made of memory. Then it was gone. The technician flagged the frame. A glitch, maybe. Feedback from overlapping signals. But when he enhanced the image, something in it shifted. The pixels formed a pattern, faint but deliberate, as though the shape was facing the camera. Not incidentally, intentionally. He called in a second analyst, then a third. Each described the same feeling, not fear, but dislocation, like something had noticed them first, like they were being watched from inside the screen. The trench had no name, no traffic. The seafloor was sterile, no wrecks, no cables, no vents, just mud, stone, and that single frame. The ROV was sent back down, slowly, carefully. Its lights scanned the same coordinates, and then it saw it again, not moving, not hiding, just standing. The footage wasn't corrupted, no anomalies, but when the team watched the recording later, the shape changed depending on who reviewed it. One described arms, another, antenna. One said it looked like it was leaning forward. One said it smiled. Whatever it was, it never approached, it never fled, it simply remained, just long enough to be seen, to be registered, before fading back into the folds of pressure and distance. After the third dive, the team stopped returning. The lead technician left the project without explanation. Months later, his personal log was leaked. A single line repeated across 30 pages. It knew I was watching. Some claim pareidolia, the brain seeking faces in static. Others suggest refraction, equipment fatigue. But those who've seen the footage don't argue anymore. The ocean is not empty, and sometimes it looks back. In the Philippine Sea, beneath a stretch of currentless dark where no sonar returns clean, a mineral hunting expedition made an unplanned discovery. Their equipment had snagged something. Not rock, not wreckage. A single object, heavy and silent, dragged into daylight by accident. Smooth, the size of a man's torso, jet black, with no seam, no fracture, no detail, except the faint suggestion of movement beneath its surface, as if something inside was breathing. The crew set it gently on deck. It was cold to the touch, colder than the surrounding air, and remained that way even under direct sun. Instruments recorded nothing at first. No vibration, no sound, no magnetism. But then the medic stepped closer, hand outstretched, and the object pulsed. Not a light, not a sound, just the subtlest expansion. Inward, then outward, like an inhalation. It repeated the motion every 7 seconds, then every 6, then 5, and after each pulse, the air grew denser, not warmer, just heavier. The crew stepped back. Some said they felt dizzy. Others heard a hum, not external, but inside their ears, like the pressure of descent echoing through the bones. The object was lowered into a containment tank. It floated. It didn't spin. It didn't sink. It hovered, untouched by the movement of water. One diver volunteered to observe it overnight. By morning, he was found asleep beside the tank, still seated, eyes open, not harmed. But when he woke, he spoke in a voice too calm, too quiet. "It dreams," he whispered, "and it's waking." They tried to move the object. It refused. Any attempt to shift or lift it caused the pulse to accelerate. 4 seconds. 3. The lights dimmed. One camera melted, not from heat, but data loss so complete the sensor fused. They let it sink, released it slowly back to the trench where it had come from. The pulse slowed, then vanished. But every 7 seconds, even now, the captain swears the radio clicks. Once, softly, as if the ocean remembers, as if it's still breathing. The listening buoy off Cape Hatteras had been silent for weeks, positioned to monitor whale migration and low-frequency seismic shifts. It usually picked up the murmur of distant finbacks, the slow churn of continental motion, or the occasional groan of passing ships. But on a windless night in late September, it recorded something that did not match any of those things. At exactly 1:07 a.m., just one sound, a gasp. It began with a low-pressure fluctuation, too quick for a wave, too smooth for rupture. Then came the noise itself, long, wet, drawn from somewhere deep, not mechanical, not marine. The waveform analysis showed no known pattern, only rising amplitude, followed by sudden collapse, like an exhale held too long. It lasted just under 5 seconds. Then silence returned. At first, they assumed a malfunction, a mic bubble. But when analysts reviewed the surrounding spectrogram, they noticed something stranger. A narrow band of silence before the gasp. Nearly 12 full seconds of absolute stillness. No current, no life, no background noise. Just a gap, as though something enormous had paused the sea to breathe. The buoy recorded nothing else that night. The audio was sent to marine biologists, then sound engineers, then linguists. One professor noted that the shape of the waveform resembled human speech, not in tone, but in timing. A long intake, a held pause, a strained release. Another called it the sound of surfacing. But from what? The location offered no clues, no volcanic activity, no wrecks, just empty ocean. Until someone overlaid the audio with the sonar log from the same moment. A shape flickered across the bottom of the frame, not clear, not defined, just movement, slow, rising, then gone. Some say it was a whale unknown to science. Others claim it was the sea itself, reacting, remembering, returning breath to something that had held it too long. But every year since, at the same buoy, the same night, the gasp returns, and each time, it's a little louder. At 4:22 a.m. on August 17th, a satellite pass over the South Pacific logged something unexpected, a landmass, small but distinct, centered within a stretch of sea where no island should exist. It measured just under 3 kilometers across, ringed with white surf, its interior covered in dark green, and it cast a clean shadow across the water. Coordinates were sent to a geological survey team for verification. 12 hours later, it was gone. Not submerged, not obscured by cloud. Gone. The images weren't disputed. Multiple satellites captured the same view. The surf, the shape, the unmistakable signature of vegetation. Some early reports even noted what looked like a structure, a geometric shadow near the western cliffside. But when a reconnaissance flight reached the coordinates, there was only sea, deep, uninterrupted sea, thousands of meters to the bottom. The nearest charts showed no history of reefs or volcanic domes, no shifting tectonic plates, no sandbar, and no record, official or local, of any landmass ever existing there. But it had been seen, not just from orbit. A yacht crossing the same region reported visual contact. The crew described it as quiet, not silent, just untouched. There were birds in the air, driftwood near shore. One crew member swore they saw light flicker once near the tree line, but as they approached, fog rolled in, dense, oily, unnatural. Within minutes, visibility dropped to 0. They slowed to a crawl, horns blaring into the mist. Then, as quickly as it came, the fog lifted, and the island had vanished. No land in sight, no debris, no waves. Just open ocean. The instruments showed nothing. The GPS had looped, repeating the same coordinates over and over, like a clock caught between ticks. The footage was corrupted. Only the audio survived. One voice whispering from the deck mic. It didn't want us to remember. For years afterward, vessels that passed near those waters reported flickers on the horizon. Flickers only visible in the corner of the eye. Not mirage, not memory. Just a place that occasionally returns, until it realizes you're looking, and leaves again. The dive was routine, a test descent off the coast of Chile, part of a private deep-sea tech demo for a submersible's new high-resolution camera suite. The vessel, unmanned, was programmed to descend to 9,000 meters, sweep a trench wall, and return. No human eyes, watched in real time. The footage was reviewed later, 4 hours in, as the submersible passed a canyon ridge, the lights flickered once, just a hiccup, then steady, nothing unusual. The terrain rolled beneath, flat rock, fine silt, scattered debris. Then, at frame 214, it appeared, not a shadow, not a shape, an eye, perfectly round, pale grey, staring directly into the lens from a shallow indentation in the trench wall. No body, no head, just the eye, too large to be fish, too steady to be light distortion. For a single second, it blinked, then vanished as the sub drifted past. The engineers assumed a reflection, lens flare, compression, artifact. But the blink had layers, movement, depth, even refraction. When they enhanced the frame, the truth became harder to ignore. It wasn't just an eye, it was looking. They slowed the footage, watched the moment of contact over and over. One analyst began to shake halfway through review. She stood, left the room, and never returned to the project. Further into the dive, the submersible's navigation log looped for 3 frames, not drift, but repetition, like time had folded. In those repeated seconds, the seafloor shimmered slightly, like it was watching back. The footage ends normally. The sub ascends, all readings nominal. But when the memory bank was extracted, it contained 11 extra seconds, blank, dark, no audio. At the very end of that silence, a low resonance pulsed once, like breath drawn through a flute of stone. The eye has never reappeared in any other dive, but in hushed circles, researchers pass the frame around. No one agrees on what species it could belong to, only that it wasn't caught by chance. It was waiting, and it knew what a camera was. Near the southern ridge of the Galapagos Rift, where volcanic plumes stitch warmth into the ocean's deepest wounds, a dive team stumbled upon a shore that shouldn't exist. They were mapping vent formations, dropping markers along an outcrop of basalt, when their lights hit something strange below, a bed of sand, dark as ink, stretching like velvet across the ridge, smooth, unbroken, and shimmering. At first, they assumed it was obsidian debris, lava glass, but then it pulsed, not in reaction to light or current. It pulsed on its own, waves of dim blue and violet, rippling beneath the grains, rising like breath through fabric. One diver drifted closer. The sand wasn't loose. It held form beneath his gloves, cool and pliant, like ash, saturated with memory. When he touched it, the glow changed, sharpened, reacted. They tried to collect a sample, but as the probe closed, the light vanished, not faded, disappeared. The scoop brought back only dust, cold, lightless grains, now inert. Under the microscope, the grains were smooth, spherical, almost synthetic. No crystalline structure, no trace of bioluminescence. Yet the footage proved otherwise. The shimmer had been real, not light as reflection, light as presence. The team returned to the site. The sand was gone. In its place, a fine depression, as if something had lifted, slowly and entirely, leaving only outline behind. No wind stirs at those depths, no tide strong enough to move a field of weightless particles, and yet it had disappeared without scattering. Weeks later, one of the researchers noticed something odd in his own home. Black dust gathered near the vents in his laboratory's air filtration system. He hadn't brought any with him. None of it should have survived pressurization. But under dark light, the specks shimmered, the same cold violet as before. He swept it up and sealed it away. Some believe the sand was alive. Others think it was memory, fossilized sensation waiting to be felt again. But whatever it was, it never stayed in place. It responded, and now, it might not be down there anymore. Off the coast of Greenland, a sonar vessel charting submerged plateaus encountered a shelf that whispered. The formation extended like a ledge from an undersea cliff, wide and smooth, covered not in coral or sediment, but in a thin layer of translucent stone, as if glass had been melted flat across ancient rock. Beneath it, the sonar returned strange readings, not void, not mass, movement, as if something flowed inside the stone itself, slow and deliberate. Divers were dispatched. The descent was quiet, the water unusually still. When they reached the shelf, all sound dropped. not muffled by depth, but silenced completely. No bubbles, no breathing, just pressure. Then came the murmur. It didn't come from below or around. It came through the shelf, a low rhythmic murmur like wind pressed into syllables, not clear enough to be words, not random enough to be noise. It rose in waves, timed to no current, pulsed through their suits, through their bones. Each diver heard it differently. One thought it was humming, another heard singing, a third sobbing. They tried to record it. The audio returned as static, but the file lengths matched the murmur's rhythm exactly, as though something had been captured, not sound, but timing. One diver dared touch the glassy stone. It trembled, just slightly. A ripple passed across the shelf, subtle but precise. Beneath the surface, light bent the wrong way. Something shifted beneath the transparency. A shape, then another. They surfaced in silence. None spoke for hours. Weeks later, a geologist reviewing their depth footage noticed something hidden in the vibration pattern, a waveform repeating in the background, slow and deliberate. When translated into visual form, it resembled writing. Not human, not ancient, just ordered. The murmuring has not stopped. Vessels passing near the shelf report faint noises in their sonar arrays. Crews sleep poorly. Dreams come in fragments. Phrases wake on their tongues they never learned. No one knows what lies beneath the shelf. Only that it speaks, softly, and waits for someone who might finally listen back. Just east of the Azores, a remotely operated vehicle, surveying a sunken ridge, came across the skeletal remains of a vessel, with no registry, no flag, and no name etched into its steel. The ship rested perfectly upright on a barren stretch of seafloor, its hull largely intact, the outer shell layered in time-worn algae and barnacle crust. But inside, it was pristine, no decay, no collapse. And more impossibly, it was full of air. The ROV pushed gently through a jagged hole in the stern. Instruments flared. The internal pressure was lower than expected, not crushed, but held, as though the ship had created its own atmospheric bubble. Dust floated inside like motes in amber. Machinery untouched, windows unbroken, no water spilled through cracks or seams. They called it impossible, but the readings didn't lie. Inside the captain's quarters, objects sat exactly where they'd been left. A rusted pen, still resting across an open logbook. A compass, perfectly aligned to magnetic north. A teacup, half full with liquid that hadn't evaporated. The handwriting in the log was strangely preserved, the ink unblurred, the final line reading, descending now, light holding. But there was no date, no coordinates, just that final note, and an empty space where the last entry should have continued. The deeper the ROV moved through the ship, the more unnatural the silence became. The hull didn't groan, the wires didn't hum, it was too still, too complete, like time had stalled inside the vessel, refusing to resume. Near the bow, something floated, not a body, a coat, suspended mid-room, slowly drifting, as though waiting for its owner to return. When the ROV exited, a thin mist followed it, a soft vapor that dissolved instantly in seawater. But afterward, the pressure sensors aboard the survey ship recorded a 1-degree drop in cabin temperature and a smell like burnt ozone. They sealed the footage, marked the wreck as unstable, but that air, untouched by the ocean for who knows how long, still exists, waiting, a breath held, a room unclaimed, and a wreck that has never in all these years truly sunk. Near the Sulu Sea's twilight zone, where shipwrecks sleep beneath the pull of heat vents and slow tidal drift, marine archaeologists stumbled upon a vessel shrouded in something too alive to be debris. The hull had cracked in two, rusted through and folded open like an old book, and inside, moving, glowing, were lights, not artificial, not lamps, living lights. They pulsed along the broken beams, slid over bulkheads, nestled inside shattered instruments and curled into corners where wiring once sparked, not like bioluminescent algae, not like jellyfish. These were focused, deliberate, eyes perhaps, or thoughts made visible. The team's submersible kept a respectful distance. The lights reacted to its presence, not aggressively, curiously. They retreated, then returned. They spiraled slowly through the cabins, as if remembering how to walk through them. Each one glowed with its own hue, deep blue, soft amber, a flash of violet. Some blinked in patterns that almost resembled Morse, though no message repeated. The ship itself was old, wooden frame beneath layers of iron, no identifiable name, no obvious cause of sinking. It rested on a slope of black sand, half buried, its compass still fixed in place, though rusted beyond use. When the external scan finished, the research crew initiated a low pulse to track the light's behavior. They didn't scatter, they formed a ring. One by one the lights took position around the base of the mast, then rose in a slow spiral through the open wreck, climbing upward, passing through walls, as if boundaries didn't apply, as if the wreck remembered its shape, and so did they. The event lasted 7 minutes. Afterward, the lights vanished, not drifted, not dimmed, gone. The wreck hasn't been located since. Coordinates lead to open seabed. No trench nearby, no sign of collapse. It was there, and then it wasn't, as though the ship had come only to be seen, to be witnessed. Some believe those lights were life forms. Others say they were memories, fragments of consciousness left behind by something no longer human. But one diver days later claimed to still see a flicker when he closed his eyes, and he could hear it too, the low creak of a mast swaying in waters that no longer held it. Off the western flank of the Juan de Fuca Ridge, where volcanic heat rises through deep crust fractures, and the ocean breathes through hydrothermal vents, like lungs beneath the world, a drone passed over a field of chimneys. It was part of a mapping sweep, standard, familiar, until the fog appeared. Not mist, not smoke, but a heavy white plume, rising from a vent too wide to be natural. The steam curled upward in clean spirals, coiling through the black like a staircase made of breath, and inside it, shapes, not shadows, not fish, shapes, outlined in the steam like reflections in a fogged mirror, towers, arches, spires, brief, shimmering structures that seemed to flicker with depth before vanishing again into vapor. The drone hovered, zoomed in, recalibrated thermal lenses. No anomalies in temperature, no sign of chemical interference, but the vision remained. Through the fog, a skyline, faint, eroded, watching. One tower appeared and lingered, square at the base, with a dome like coiled stone. It hovered for 8 full seconds, then receded, as if pulled back behind a veil. The deeper the drone peered into the vent, the more the shapes revealed themselves. Pathways, courtyards, a geometry that suggested intention, not growth, not deposit, but design. Then came the hum. It vibrated through the audio feed, not loud, but constant, low, steady, like something turning deep inside the earth. The drone's systems dimmed, lights flickered. A soft red glow emerged from the vent, too steady for magma, too alive for rock. It rose once, then was gone. When the crew reviewed the footage, frame by frame, they found something hidden in the mist. Not structures, but movement between them. Tiny figures, tall, thin, walking in the steam like memory brought into shape. None looked up, none turned. They simply followed paths that no longer existed. No one speaks publicly about the city in the vent. The coordinates were erased from official maps, the footage stored offline. But those who've seen it know the truth. That city wasn't made of stone, it was made of heat, and it still walks. The coordinates came from a fisherman, a quiet man out of Incheon, who said something wasn't right about a shape he saw on sonar near the East China Sea. Not a reef, not a container, a structure, metal, maybe. He couldn't say, just that it had corners, where corners shouldn't be, too clean, too sharp. A research team followed up 2 weeks later. What they found at the bottom of the sea left more questions than answers. It was a shipwreck, intact, upright, fresh. The paint hadn't faded, the hull was unmarred by barnacles or rust. Its name was visible, stenciled in white across the bow, in a language none of the crew recognized. The letters resembled a modern script, sharp and mathematical, not naval, not maritime. Inside, it was silent. Control panels lined with buttons that glowed faintly, even with no power. Screens dark but undamaged. Not a trace of mold or sediment, as if the vessel had only just arrived. The most baffling detail was its structure. The alloys used in the frame were unknown, lightweight, but pressure-resistant far beyond current tech. And the design, angular, modular, too advanced for any known ocean vessel. One diver, a naval architect by training, said softly, "We haven't built this yet." The logbook they found was blank. Only one page had been touched. A set of coordinates scrawled hastily in the margin. Coordinates that pointed, here, like someone, or something, had tried to send it back. After surfacing, the crew was quiet, not frightened, just altered, as if something about the wreck had reoriented the idea of time. One technician later claimed to see parts of the ship's design repeated in a prototype blueprint submitted for approval the following year. No one could explain how the wreck reached the bottom, or how it aged backward, or how a vessel that shouldn't exist had already sunk. Some say the sea remembers futures we haven't lived, that wrecks don't always come from the past. Sometimes they wash in, from what we've yet to become. On a quiet evening aboard the research vessel, Orion's Edge, drifting near the mid-Atlantic ridge, a deep-sea camera meant to capture benthic scavengers caught something else. The feed was routine, slow footage of detritus fields, empty shells, crabs crawling in spirals, until a shape curled into view from the edge of the frame, an eel, or something close. Its body was long, impossibly thin, coiling with a grace that defied current or current-borne drag. Its skin shimmered black, not glossy, but absorbing light, a silhouette more than a form. Along its spine were bright points, not bioluminescence, but blinking intervals, slow and methodical. They pulsed in a sequence, and after 32 seconds, the pattern became clear. They were numbers, not in digital display, not in ink or symbol, but something deeper, a timing, a rhythm that felt readable, even without language. It started at 100, then 99, then 98. Each pulse dimmed slightly, each interval grew more deliberate. The crew dismissed it as pareidolia at first, the mind seeing intention in pattern. But when a marine cryptographer mapped the intervals into waveform beats, the sequence aligned too precisely to coincidence. The eel circled once, then again, always near the same patch of seafloor. As it passed a discarded sensor, the data recorder caught a temperature spike, not up or down, but inward, a compression of time. The video log lost 6 seconds. Time simply skipped, and the eel kept counting. 57, 56, 55. Then it paused, turned to the camera, just briefly. Its mouth opened, no jaw, no teeth, just light, not bright, just pulsing. 54. Then nothing. The footage ends. The eel vanished. When the probe returned to the surface, the onboard clock was 4 minutes off. Resynced, reset, nothing recovered. No specimen, no trace. Only the feeling that something beneath the sea counts not forward, toward progress, toward life, but backward. A countdown not to beginning, but to return, to reset, to remembering what came before light. On a quiet dive off the Bay of Biscay, a research pod, scanning old net drop zones, came across a depression in the sediment, wide, shallow, marked with clean curves. At first it looked like a feeding trail, maybe a stingray, maybe a sleeping shark. But as the light passed across it, the shape resolved into something stranger, a skeleton, long, arched, symmetrical, ribs fanned outward in perfect spacing, tapering into a central spine that curled slightly at the tail. Even a crude skull-like shape pressed into the silt. Eye hollows, a mouth, a cranium, but none of it was made of bone. There was nothing solid, no calcium, no shell, no cartilage, just the outline, the memory of structure, as though something had once lain there long enough to imprint its body into the seafloor itself, and then vanished, without leaving a trace behind. The team assumed a trick of current and shadow. but when they brushed the outline with a soft armature, the silt didn't lift. It clung, bound tight to something invisible, something that held shape, even when touched. The probe ran along a rib, and resisted. A form was still there, but not made of matter. The scanner mapped it in 3D. The silhouette matched no known marine life. 73 vertebrae. Lateral symmetry. No fins, no flukes. The proportions were too large for invertebrate life, too clean for decay. And yet, the space it occupied was wrong. Pressure dipped inside the outline. Light bent slightly at its edge. One researcher described it as a hole wearing skin. They tried to lift a sample from the depression. The net came back empty. But the water shimmered, not visually, emotionally, like something ancient had just exhaled. The depression remains, still perfect, still hollow, and divers say when you float just above it, not touching, not sinking, you feel it watching, not with eyes, but with the memory of shape, a body too old to remain, and too patient to fully disappear. A sonar sweep near the edge of the Perth Canyon revealed an anomaly that didn't match reef, wreck, or rock. The formation appeared too smooth, too symmetrical, a single raised silhouette beneath the seafloor, as if something long buried was beginning to surface. A dive team was sent down under calm waters, expecting to find debris. Instead, they uncovered a figure, kneeling, faceless, carved not in tribute, but in stillness, arms bent downward, back hunched slightly, like a being locked in thought or silence. No features, no eyes, only form. Every surface was smooth, almost polished, yet untouched by erosion. No barnacles clung to its limbs, no coral grew across its back. The silt curled gently around its base, parting as if it had always been there, or had just arrived. Light refused to settle on its surface. Even the sub's high-intensity beams dimmed against it, as though illumination bent inward, drawn down into stone. The surrounding seafloor showed no similar formations, no ruins, no scatter, just the figure, alone, as if intentionally set apart. Attempts to measure its composition failed, probes bounced. Laser rangefinders returned fractured distances. When one diver reached to touch the shoulder, her hand paused mid-motion, unshaken, but unwilling. She later said it felt like pressure in the water had shifted, as if something else had inhaled. A small change was noticed days later in the playback footage. A single angle of the sculpture had altered. One arm, bent just slightly more than before, not broken, not cracked, simply repositioned. No one saw it move. No further dives were made. Among the research crew, the object came to be known only as the listener, not because it heard anything, but because its presence made others fall silent, as if words didn't belong near it. No inscription marks the stone, no origin explains its presence, but it waits, kneeling in the dark, patient and unmoved, not because it was abandoned, but because something placed it there to be found. An acoustic array anchored along the Scotia Plate picked up the sound first, a low, rolling pressure wave that travelled beneath the ocean floor, not through it. The tone didn't spike like a quake, or ripple like a whale call. It crawled, a deep, rounded swell that rose in no hurry, swelled across multiple sensors, and faded, like thunder caught in slow motion. The origin point mapped somewhere near the South Sandwich Trench. No known volcanoes, no storm above, just the sea, flat and dark, resting beneath overcast skies. The crew aboard the research vessel Kepler's Wake replayed the signal dozens of times. Some thought it mechanical, a turbine, a hull rupture, a supercavitating shift. But the frequency kept shifting, not noise, voice. Hydrophones scattered across the sector registered the sound at different intervals, not all at once, as if whatever made the roar had passed between them, below the sensor net, hugging the mantle's skin. When layered into a composite, the waveform showed something unnatural, a steady escalation, peaking at 37 Hz, then stopping abruptly, not tapering, stopping. No seismic activity followed, no tremors, no plumes. But one technician noticed something unusual in the minutes after the final pulse, a trailing distortion. Not another sound, but a pressure curve behind the roar, as if something massive had displaced the ocean's shape and left a vacuum in its wake. The closest comparison wasn't marine, it was planetary, the pressure wake left behind by atmospheric events on Saturn. But this didn't come from sky, it came from depth. Vessels in the region later reported strange tremors in their hulls, not mechanical vibration, but resonance. Chairs shook, walls pulsed once, like being tapped from outside. One sailor claimed to hear it through the steel, like something exhaling into the bones of the ship. No wrecks were found, no creature surfaced. But the roar remains archived, clipped and looped, in a file labeled with a single word, approach. And somewhere below, whatever made that sound is still moving, slow, deliberate, louder each time. Just before the barometric drop, when the air turns dense, and the sea surface flattens into unnatural stillness, captains along the Andaman coast speak of a light that moves beneath the waves. Not lightning, not phosphorescence. A slow, wide glow, pale green at first, then shifting to violet, then white, so soft it seems to breathe. One such sighting came hours before Cyclone Sanai made landfall. The crew of a supply vessel, moored near Nicobar, reported the water around them brightening without source. No wake, just light blooming from the depths, pulsing in rhythmic waves that extended for kilometers. Instruments failed to register any thermal shift. Sonar returned clean, and yet the glow deepened, climbing toward the surface like something being born through darkness. No creature appeared, no algae bloom was present. The radiance didn't flicker like bioluminescence. It pulsed in measured time, every 8 seconds, steady, as if responding to an unseen signal. When the wind returned, the glow vanished, as though snuffed out by breath. Satellite footage confirmed the light pattern. 3 concentric circles, expanding outward from a single central point. A geologist compared it to atmospheric rings, halos formed by ionized vapor. But this was water, this was heatless, and this was before the storm had fully formed. The theory arose that the ocean was reacting, warning, not predicting, but anticipating. Not science, memory. Elder fishermen tell the same story, that long ago, before great storms, the sea would whisper light, not always, not often, just enough for those who watched to understand that something bigger than wind was waking, something older than weather, something beneath the skin of the ocean, pulling itself tight. The ship that reported the glow suffered no damage. But for weeks after, the captain dreamed of white light flooding the bridge. No sound, no wind, just water glowing like bone in the dark. He called it a mercy, because whatever causes that glow, it arrives before destruction and vanishes before memory can follow. Off the southern tip of New Zealand's Challenger Plateau, a routine geological mapping expedition turned unsettling the moment the primary compass began to turn. Not once, not abruptly, but slowly, endlessly, completing its first rotation over 13 minutes. Then again, then again. The ship had not shifted course. There was no current, no crosswind, no change in latitude, and yet, every magnetic instrument on board began to misbehave, not in chaos, but in unity. Needles spiraled, digital bearings looped. North dissolved into a drifting question. The crew attempted recalibration. Devices were power cycled, new tools brought above deck, but every one, even analog backups stored in sealed cases, responded the same way. They spun, not wildly, not broken, just slow, tireless turning as though pulled by something unseen, something circling just beneath the hull. After the second hour, strange pressure changes were noted, not depth-related, not seismic. Atmospheric pressure dropped inside the ship. Ears popped, skin prickled. The sensation was described not as movement, but as presence. A survey drone was lowered overboard. It made it only 60 meters before losing contact. No current pulled it. No interference jammed the signal. It simply stopped responding. The winch reeled in the tether, cable intact, drone gone. On the surface, the crew began hearing it. Not a sound exactly, but a pattern. Pulses in the hull, 4 knocks, pause, 3 more. Not mechanical, not organic, just aware. The compasses spun through the night. It wasn't until dawn that the needles began to slow, gradually, then all at once, every device returning to stillness within minutes of sunrise. North returned, wind shifted, everything normalized. Except the crew. One sailor later reported waking every morning since that voyage at exactly 3:17 a.m., his hands already reaching for an invisible wheel. Some say it was magnetic interference from an uncharted vent. Others claim a natural anomaly, something buried, something waking. But deep below that stretch of sea, something moved in circles, not wandering, not lost, just waiting to be followed. Near the Solomon Trench, in the kind of black water where light doesn't travel, and even predators grow blind, a team deploying bioluminescence traps captured footage of something that never should have been seen. For 13 seconds, drifting just outside the outer lights, a shape passed, a Ternatu Aussie, not massive, not monstrous, graceful, long fins, slow movement, body curved in elegant silence. But what drew every eye in the control room and froze the pilot mid-sentence were the scales. They weren't glowing, they were reflecting, not the light from the trap, not the glimmer from the sub, something else entirely. Each scale mirrored a pinpoint of brightness, perfectly still, perfectly cold, not ocean light, starlight. A pattern emerged as the creature turned. The scales didn't catch ambient shine, they aligned, shifted, reoriented themselves like mirrors set to distant coordinates, each one reflecting a star not visible from the ocean floor. Stars far above the clouds, above the surface, above the sky, and yet, there they were, mapped across its body, a celestial spine made of light. One astronomer reviewing the footage noticed the arrangement matched a partial sky chart from over 9,000 years ago, constellations that no longer sit in those positions. A different night sky, a different era. The footage shimmered, some of it corrupted, but the shape remained. Not a fish, not a trick of light, something old enough to remember the sky as it once was. When the team tried to follow, the creature rose, not fast, just upward, past their lights, past their reach, and at the edge of their vision, it tilted once, just enough for every mirrored scale to align for a single moment. The control room dimmed, no one spoke. One diver whispered, "It looked at us." Not with eyes, with history, with memory written in starlight. The creature was gone by morning. The footage, partially erased by unknown signal interference, exists only in fragments, but those who saw it still wake at night, eyes wide, sensing something vast above and below, as if the ocean once reflected the stars, and something within it still does. On a steep descent, near the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, where the pressure folds silence into the very structure of the sea, a survey drone caught something strange tucked into the rock face, an opening low and narrow, exhaling clouds of pale sediment, like lungs in slow meditation. Not a vent, not thermal outflow, a breath. The cave had symmetry, not perfect, but natural enough to suggest erosion. Still, the spacing of its walls, the gentle curve, the tapering ceiling, felt intentional, designed, a corridor more than a cavern. Each exhalation lasted 9 seconds. Then stillness, then a slow intake, not of water, but of weight. The pressure dipped slightly each time, just enough to unsettle the drone's balance. Instruments swayed, lights flickered, and then the breath would release again, fogging the trench in a soft plume of suspended ash. The walls inside shimmered, not from heat or mineral, but something slick, like tissue hardened into stone. Light traveled strangely there, not refracted, but slowed. 1 frame at a time. The deeper the drone entered, the more footage began to lag. 9 meters in, the camera froze. The machine kept recording, but only in static pulses. When the drone reversed, clarity returned. Every meter away from the entrance restored a second of time. One biologist on board likened it to a feeding mechanism. The cave wasn't breathing in water, it was feeling, sensing what passed near it, drawing in awareness like scent. She suggested no coral, no sponge, No recognizable organism, just something older, deeper, built not of cells but of process. Breathing, always breathing. Attempts to relocate the cave failed. The trench maps shifted with every pass, as if the cliff face rearranged itself. Coordinates led to blank stone, or to ledges that hadn't existed the day before, and yet, the pulse returns each month, like clockwork. Sensors buried in the silt still record that same 9-second rhythm, rising from nowhere. A breath, then silence, then breath again. Some believe the cave is alive, others say it's just the mouth of something larger, something that dreams without waking, built into the crust of the earth. And what it inhales, it doesn't always exhale. South of the Mariana Trough, beneath waters so cold and deep, they hum with pressure, like a distant choir. A research station captured what first seemed like a tectonic event. No tremor, no quake, just a sound, soft, thin, almost polite, followed by the clean tearing of rock. The ocean floor had split, not shattered, not upheaved, opened. A single, narrow crack unfurled along the seafloor's skin, like a zipper drawn through silk. No explosion of silt, no smoke, no violent plume, just stillness, giving way to something deeper. The opening measured less than 2 meters across, at its widest, but no one could see the bottom. Lights dropped into it, vanished into a darkness that absorbed them completely. Not shadow, not depth, but absence. A hole into which even pressure refused to echo. Inside the crack, sonar returned nothing. No reflection, no bottom, only a pulsing distortion in the data, as though the signal itself were unsure where it had gone. A probe was lowered with care. The winch extended for nearly a kilometer before the cable jerked and went slack. Instruments remained online, but what they saw, or didn't, made little sense. The feed displayed textureless black, broken only once every few minutes, by flashes of something moving sideways, not falling, not rising, crossing, and then, without warning, the cable reeled back in on its own, slowly, quietly. When it surfaced, the probe was intact, completely dry, not wet, not corroded, dry. The crew sealed the equipment, logged the incident. No one volunteered to dive. Weeks later, the same crack closed on its own. Satellite imagery confirmed it. The seafloor stitched itself shut like healing skin. No debris, no uplift, just gone. But one detail remained. The exact coordinates of the breach now appear blank in every navigation system. Not erased, but unreadable, as if the sea itself has decided no one should return. What cracked wasn't just rock, it was boundary, and something on the other side was listening. In the sheltered waters of an unnamed bay along the southern Chilean coast, a satellite imaging project revealed something strange below the current. Not a reef, not a wreck, a perfect semicircle, half submerged beneath sediment, framed by nothing but silence. No records marked the area, no history claimed it. Local fishers had long whispered of odd things in that bay, nets torn without struggle, engines failing without cause, light seen beneath the surface that moved too slow for fish, too smooth for current, but nothing concrete, just stories. Until the survey drone descended. Beneath 10 meters of clouded silt lay a dome, not stone, not coral, but a seamless arc of material that pulsed faintly under light. The surface didn't reflect, it absorbed, and it held warmth. A gentle, steady heat, as though something inside was still breathing. No barnacles clung to it. No life grew on its shell. The sea had not claimed it. When the probe made contact, the dome didn't react, but its pulse changed. One long rhythm, then two short, then stillness. Inside, sonar met resistance. Not solid, not hollow, just unreadable. A density that shouldn't exist in nature. Smooth on one scan, fragmented on the next. The dome's size remained constant, 12 meters across, 4 meters high, but the sensors kept returning variations, as though the object shifted while standing still. Then came the distortion. As the drone passed directly overhead, its camera feed flickered. The water above the dome bent upward, an impossible illusion, as if the bay itself had become a lens, stretching light into silence, and in that warped field, shapes began to appear. Not reflections, not shadows, structures, arches, towers, walkways perhaps, all glimpsed through the shimmer for a breath, and then gone. The dome remains there, half buried, half seen, half known. Geologists call it a bubble of trapped gas. Military experts whisper of shielding tech. Myth chasers speak of the bay as a forgotten harbor, a place where something landed long ago and chose not to rise again. But to the villagers who still fish nearby, it is only ever called one thing: La Cupola Dormida, the sleeping dome, and the water above it never ripples, even when the wind blows. Just beyond the kelp forests of Vancouver Island, under skies that held their breath, and a sea as flat as oiled glass, a single wave rose. No breeze touched the water, no tremor rippled beneath, and yet the wave came, tall, smooth, perfectly formed, moving with grace, not speed, parting the stillness without sound. Aboard a small research catamaran, 2 oceanographers witnessed it from less than 100 meters away. They were taking surface samples. Instruments were idle, nothing forecast the event, but the wave appeared without warning, not pushed, not pulled but lifted. No other wave followed, no birds fled before it, no current drove behind it. Just that one rise, 4 meters tall, held like a breath at the height of its arc, then sliding forward in silence. The hull never touched it. The wave adjusted course, as if it saw them, as if it moved with awareness. The cameras caught it. The data didn't. Barometers remained steady. No water displacement registered. Satellite imaging captured a blank ocean surface, and yet in frame after frame, the footage showed the swell gliding like a liquid spine, casting a long narrow shadow across waters that refused to react. Minutes after the wave passed, the air thickened. One of the researchers said she could feel a charge, like the moment before a storm, but with no sky to explain it. Just light, pale silver light that had no source. Later, reviewing slowed video, they noticed something stranger still. The crest of the wave shimmered, not with spray or foam, with color. Brief flashes of amber, then indigo, like reflections from lights far below the surface. But there were no ships, no sun, no reason. Some say the wave was born of old pressure, a memory rising from the seafloor. Others believe it was no wave at all, but something passing just beneath the surface. Its back too broad to see, its wake mistaken for water. It has not been seen again. Yet sailors speak of it now, in hushed tones. A ripple without a cause, a wave with no wind. And when the ocean holds its breath again, at dawn along the Celtic shelf, under skies so calm they barely shifted, with breath, a seismic buoy pinged a single alert: sudden displacement, deep, vertical, fast. No quake, no fault line activity. Just a pressure shift, like something had exited the ocean floor. No one on the surface saw it happen. But 3 hours later, a cargo ship reported a strange stillness north of Rockall Bank. The sea had gone flat, not smooth, but tight, like fabric pulled taut. Currents failed, wind died. Not a breeze, not a wave, not even a lapping edge against the hull. And then 20 meters from starboard, the water opened, not violently, not with force. A slow parting, silent, clean, as though a curtain had been drawn upward through liquid. A perfect oval rose in the sea, tall as a man, but horizontal like a lens. No foam, no splash, just separation. And inside, nothing, no form, no creature, just black. A blackness too absolute to be shadow. The sea didn't reflect in it. Light didn't bend. The opening held for 17 seconds, then closed. Not collapsed, closed. Deliberate. Smooth as breath sealing a mouth. When sonar logs were checked, the breach left no cavity. The pressure did not change. The sea above had remained perfectly still. No ripples radiated outward. No waves echoed back, as if water had been replaced with something that held its shape, and then surrendered it again. Divers sent to the area later reported headaches, nausea, disorientation, none consistent with nitrogen exposure. One refused to go below 10 meters, claiming the water felt too still to trust. A physicist reviewing the data suggested the sea had been displaced dimensionally, though she quickly retracted the phrase in her report. But those who stood near it said the same thing. It wasn't a hole in the water, it was a door, and whatever used it, left quietly. No one knows what passed through, only that the breach didn't ask permission, and the sea didn't resist. At dawn along the Celtic shelf, under skies so calm they barely shifted with breath, a seismic buoy pinged a single alert: sudden displacement, deep, vertical, fast, no quake, no fault line activity, just a pressure shift, like something had exited the ocean floor, upward. No one on the surface saw it happen, but 3 hours later, a cargo ship reported a strange stillness, north of Rockall Bank. The sea had gone flat, not smooth, but tight, like fabric pulled taut. Currents failed. Wind died, not a breeze, not a wave, not even a lapping edge against the hull. And then 20 meters from starboard, the water opened, not violently, not with force, a slow parting, silent, clean, as though a curtain had been drawn upward through liquid. A perfect oval rose in the sea, tall as a man, but horizontal like a lens. No foam, no splash, just separation. And inside, nothing, no form, no creature, just black. A blackness too absolute to be shadow. The sea didn't reflect in it. Light didn't bend. The opening held for 17 seconds, then closed. Not collapsed. Closed. Deliberate. Smooth as breath sealing a mouth. When sonar logs were checked, the breach left no cavity. The pressure did not change. The sea above had remained perfectly still. No ripples radiated outward. No waves echoed back, as if water had been replaced with something that held its shape, and then surrendered it again. Divers sent to the area later reported headaches, nausea, disorientation, none consistent with nitrogen exposure. One refused to go below 10 meters, claiming the water felt too still to trust. A physicist reviewing the data suggested the sea had been displaced dimensionally, though she quickly retracted the phrase in her report. But those who stood near it said the same thing. It wasn't a hole in the water, it was a door, and whatever used it, left quietly. No one knows what passed through, only that the breach didn't ask permission, and the sea didn't resist. Southwest of the Azores, under skies blank and blue, with no sign of rain, a surveillance drone from a fisheries patrol recorded something falling, not from the sky, not a meteor, not debris. A cloud whole and white, sinking straight into the sea, like mist reversed. The footage showed it clearly, a single cumulus body, round and dense, descending in complete silence, no downdraft, no weather shift. It did not dissolve, it did not trail, it simply dropped, as if cooled downward by something waiting. The surface of the ocean never broke. The water accepted the cloud as if it belonged there, folding it in with no splash, no steam, no hiss of temperature colliding, just a perfect union between vapor and tide. Pilots in the region later reported seeing it from above, a bloom of pale fog drifting just beneath the surface, still shaped like a cloud, still moving in slow spirals like it hadn't realized it was underwater. Then it sank deeper. Satellite thermal scans showed a strange signature at 70 meters, not hot, not cold, just absent. A hollow where temperature should be. Ships that crossed the site found their radios whispering faint static, not sharp, but rhythmic, like distant breathing. One research vessel deployed a sensor buoy. Within minutes, the device began registering microscopic changes in pressure, like a pulse underwater, slow and massive. When they hauled the buoy back up, the underside was slick with a clear jelly, not biological, not synthetic. And when touched, it evaporated instantly into scentless vapor. The footage was reviewed. The drone's recordings were verified. Meteorologists dismissed it as an atmospheric illusion, but the visuals remain a fully formed cloud, drifting down like a feather into the ocean, and vanishing into depth without struggle. No one knows what pulled it down. Some believe it wasn't a cloud at all, but something mimicking one, something that rose once, and returned to where it came from. a breath exhaled by the sea, or an eye, closing, and somewhere deep below the waves, that softness still falls. In the dead of polar night, beneath the solid white sheet of the Weddell Sea, a glacial shelf, cracked just wide enough to let a submersible pass. The mission was routine: scan for microbial life, chart brine channels, listen for creaks in the old ice. But as the drone sank deeper into the cavity, a low sound began to emerge. A breath, not wind, not current. A slow, resonant inhale that pressed against the hull like warmth without heat. Then came the exhale, deep, steady, stretched across 10 full seconds. Ice didn't cause it. Pressure didn't explain it. The sound repeated, every 12 minutes. Microphones recorded the pulse across a 40-kilometer radius, echoing beneath the ice like lungs embedded in the continent. Seismic data ruled out fault shifts. Marine biologists found no signs of large mammals. And yet, the rhythm continued. So steady, so deliberate. It felt like a ritual. Below the shelf, the ice water turned strangely clear. Visibility opened to nearly 40 meters. Impossible by known standards. The drone lights revealed long furrows carved into the under ice, winding slowly like channels, or ribs. Along these ridges, tiny bubbles clung in perfect alignment, suspended without rising, as if held in place by something that wanted them seen. Then came the third breath. Closer now. The drone shook, slightly, lights dimmed, instruments held, but the silence afterward was louder than the sound. Crew aboard the research vessel described feeling watched, though nothing had appeared. No motion, no shadow. One technician later discovered a pressure discrepancy in the logs. The drone had dropped half a meter during the final breath, though no ballast had shifted. It had been pulled. By what? No one could say. The shelf sealed itself days later. The crack froze shut, as if it had never opened. But the breath still echoes, picked up by distant hydrophones. No creature found, no structure mapped, only that sound, inhaling, exhaling, thinking. And in that place beneath the ice, the ocean waits with lungs that never surface. Near the edge of the Norwegian Sea, in waters normally torn by wind and scattered drift ice, a weather satellite captured a swirl in the surface, a spiral motion too perfect to be storm-born, too fixed to belong to current. From orbit, it looked like a whirlpool, circular, clean, widening by the hour. But over the next 4 days, the shape never drifted. It remained locked in position, unmoved by tides, unshaken by storms. Ships that approached the coordinates were met with calm, not the lull before the tempest calm, but a dead stillness that muted sound and dulled sensation. Compass needles twitched, radio frequencies hissed gently, even when silent. The whirlpool wasn't spinning, the water rotated, yes, but the center held, like the axis of a turning world. Vessels that circled it reported unease. Instruments didn't fail, but they lagged. Coordinates became delayed by seconds. One ship's chronometer lost 7 minutes without explanation, as though time itself was being stretched across the spiral. A drone was flown overhead. The footage showed a mirror. The spiral moved, but the water in the center reflected perfectly still sky. Even clouds above that fixed center seemed frozen, unmoving, as if the air itself refused to ripple. Divers refused to descend, not from fear, from instinct. One veteran, who had braved volcanic plumes and shipwrecked trenches, described it simply: that place doesn't want to be touched. On the 5th day, the spiral closed, not with a crash or collapse, but with a subtle shiver, as if the sea had exhaled and resumed breathing normally. No trace remained, only memory, and a few frames of satellite data showing a single unmoving center around which the world had briefly spun. Oceanographers labeled it a standing eddy, a perfect fluke of wind, water, and time. But the data says otherwise. The whirlpool did not move, the world around it did, as if something beneath the water had paused the surface, just long enough to look up. On a routine reef study, just off the coast of Papua New Guinea, a diver brushing through a bloom of staghorn coral struck metal. Not hard, not loud, just a delicate tap, the kind that doesn't echo, but rings. Curious. She swept the coral back. Beneath the branching spines, almost fully encased in living limestone, a circle glinted, brass or something like it, dulled by decades of salt. At first she thought it was a compass, but as she cleared more silt, the details emerged. Not directional markers, but hands. A clock, perfectly round, sealed behind crystal that hadn't cracked. It sat embedded in the reef like a timepiece, waiting to be remembered. The coral had grown through its frame, but hadn't broken it. Instead, the branches seemed to curve with it, wrapping gently around the rim like fingers holding something sacred. It was ticking, not fast, not loud, but real, measured, steady. The diver, thinking it a hallucination caused by pressure, recorded it on video. Hours later, back aboard the research vessel, the sound remained. A tick every 1.47 seconds, slower than any mechanical movement should allow. No winding mechanism visible, no battery casing, no source. And yet it kept time, sort of. The hands moved in sequence, but not by hour or minute. They followed the tide, shifting forward at high water, retreating at ebb, in perfect sync with the lunar pull. When the moon rose, the second hand paused. As if listening, an expert horologist was brought in. He confirmed it wasn't built by any known manufacturer. The mechanism was impossible. The crystal wasn't glass, and the markings were symbols, not numbers. Etched curves that resembled ancient Polynesian star maps. They left the clock in the coral. No one dared remove it. The reef somehow was still growing around it, not consuming, but preserving. A cradle of stone and salt, holding time not as a measure, but as a memory. Each tick echoes in footage. Each second feels older than the one before, and somewhere beneath the waves, that buried clock still counts, not toward midnight, but toward something else, something coming back. Near the mid-Atlantic ridge, where the seabed splits like a scar, and black smokers hiss in eternal exhale, a deep trawler cast its nets into silence, and drew up something strange. The haul was unremarkable at first. Shrimp, rockfish, silt-heavy bones, until one of the deckhands reached for a glimmer, lodged in the mesh. A fish, roughly the length of a forearm, unmoving, but not stiff. Its body glistened like brushed chrome, smooth and cold, dappled with pressure dents that didn't belong to flesh. It wasn't armor, it was skin, scaled metal, thin as foil, and warm to the touch. No one knew how it bled. A small incision at the base of the tail revealed no tissue, no muscle. Instead, a silvery blue liquid dripped out in rhythm, not like blood, like coolant, as if this thing had been alive once, but only partly so. The eyes were the most human part, rounded, soft, and deeply set, not cameras, not glass, biological, staring with the blank calm of something that had seen pressure no human vessel could survive. They froze it, tagged it, logged the coordinates, but 12 hours later, when the team returned to inspect the body, it was gone. The freezer remained sealed, no power failure, no breach, just one long smear of moisture across the steel floor, ending in a trail of glinting droplets that vanished near the aft deck. Reviewing footage showed nothing. The cameras glitched at exactly 2:11 a.m. 33 seconds of static, then an empty table. Later analysis of the trail found particles not found in Earth's oceanic sediment, microfragments of alloy, structured, not fused, built. One marine biologist, after running a DNA scan on the only surviving tissue scrap, quietly closed her laptop and refused to speak for the rest of the voyage. Her notes left behind held only one phrase, designed to survive something we haven't seen yet. And though no one saw it leave, the crew agreed on one thing. That fish hadn't been caught, it had let itself be found. Aboard the research vessel, Mistral, anchored above the depths of the South Sandwich Trench, a crew member cleaning a sensor dome caught his own reflection in the outer hull. Or so he thought. The surface had been polished to mirror finish by weeks of salt spray and wind, a trick of light meant to be ignored. But when he leaned in, cloth in hand, the face staring back didn't blink when he did. He froze, watched again, lifted a hand. The reflection lifted the opposite. At first it seemed like a delay, a glitch in angle, But then the figure smiled. He hadn't. He stepped back, and the reflection stepped closer. It lasted only 3 seconds. Then, as the surface trembled with a soft lurch from the tide, the mirror shattered into normalcy. His own face returned, pale, wide-eyed, dripping with seawater that hadn't touched him yet. The incident was dismissed. A trick of exhaustion, perhaps, the mind playing games under pressure and monotony. But later that night, as the ship's lights dimmed for routine cycle, others began to report strange reflections in windows, in the polished steel of equipment cases, even in the slick blackness of the sea itself. Each time, the reflections looked like them, but not quite. Details didn't match. A scar that never existed, eyes too dark, a mouth that moved before theirs did. In some cases, the reflection turned toward them when they weren't facing it at all. The ship's mirrored dome camera recorded 2 seconds of static during one of these moments. Into Polben places. Into one of these moments. In the glitch, a row of faces stared directly into the lens. 12 of them, but only 8 people were on board. The sea that night remained calm, but no one slept. By morning, the crew covered all reflective surfaces. Polished steel was dulled. Windows were blacked out. Watched Polben. Inti one Tulabulbum briso with Nabri. The camera domes removed, just in case. No one ever confirmed what was seen, but in the logbook, written with a shaky hand, someone added a quiet warning. Don't look if it looks first. Off the edge of the Sangi Arc, where the seabed falls into shadows too deep for maps, and the water pulses warm from unseen vents, a solo descent was scheduled for routine data collection. The diver, a seasoned veteran of trench work and long exposures, entered the capsule without hesitation. Cameras rolled, tethers secured. Descent began at 9:02. The dive was expected to last 40 minutes. At 31 minutes, contact was lost. Not severed, blurred. The signal didn't break. It just slowed, like time on the other end had begun to stretch. One moment the voice was clear. The next it lagged behind its own words, syllables, stretching into static, as though echoing from further away than the depth allowed. Visual feed fuzzed to grayscale, then black, and then, at 10:17, the capsule breached the surface again, alone. The diver was seated inside, breathing, awake, but changed. Hair now grey, where it had been black, skin weathered, creased, eyes sunken with a look not of fear, but of distance, like someone who had spent decades looking inward. His first words, "How long was I gone?" They told him just over an hour. He wept. Medics ruled out chemical exposure. No radiation, no neurological trauma, but his blood work returned strange inconsistencies, cellular aging markers far beyond his previous baseline, scar tissue in places he'd never been injured, calcium buildup in his bones. He hadn't hallucinated. He had aged, physically, irrefutably. Asked what he'd seen, he said nothing for days. Then, late one night, he requested a pen and wrote a single page, a diagram, impossible to decipher, spirals within spirals, time codes, coordinates, and one phrase, repeated over and over down the margin. It watches forward. It remembers backward. He never dove again. No one has attempted that trench since. But to this day, his old capsule sits in a lab, its walls lightly scorched from the inside, as if brushed by time itself. And if you sit quietly in the dark beside it, some say you can still hear him breathing, from somewhere deeper than the ocean. Beneath the calm shallows of the Seychelles Plateau, where sunlight dapples the ocean floor like stained glass across cathedral stone, a team of marine ecologists notice strange lines in the sand, not natural, not random, sweeps and angles, repeated, deliberate, traced in green. The pattern wasn't carved, it was grown. Algae had formed along the seafloor, in precise formation, straight avenues, cross-sections, concentric arcs, where no tide or current could explain them. Aerial drone footage revealed more, the outlines of something vast, too symmetrical for nature, too complex for chance. A city, rendered in soft chlorophyll and silence. The structures weren't raised. There were no ruins, no rubble, only outlines, like blueprints left by the sea itself, inscribed in life rather than stone. Some shapes resembled temples, others, domes. At the center, a large circular hub, marked by a darker shade of green, where the algae grew twice as thick and pulsed gently under sunlight. Divers swam the length of it. Over 2 kilometers wide, the formation obeyed no known architectural style, yet felt intentional. When one diver hovered above a particular ring, their instruments began to loop, depth readings fluctuating, coordinates spinning, sound levels spiking in rhythms too clean to be random. Samples collected showed no mutations. The algae was native, ordinary, in every way, except that it refused to grow in a lab. In tanks, under perfect conditions, the samples withered. But the moment they were returned to seawater from the original site, they revived and rearranged themselves. On glass, in trays, even on metal, they began sketching new lines, continuing the city beyond what had been mapped. One biologist remarked that the algae wanted to be remembered. Some believe the pattern is a memory, the biological echo of a place long lost, preserved in photosynthesis. Others claim it's a language, one we haven't learned how to read. But when the sun passes overhead just right, the water glows green with order, and beneath the waves, the city seems to stir, not ruins, blueprints, and it's still building. At the base of a deep-sea cliff, near the Galapagos Rift, nestled within a crevice no sonar had previously mapped, a submersible stumbled upon a shape, not jagged, not broken. A building, intact, silent, ancient, framed in basalt and shadow, leaning gently into the wall of the trench, like it had always been there. The pilot, stunned, hovered at a respectful distance. The structure was rectangular, nearly 20 meters long, with what appeared to be buttressed corners and a sloped roof. Every line was smooth, every angle deliberate, and across its surface, carvings, not letters, not fish-spawned erosion, symbols, etched with a tool, not worn by water. Geometries that didn't match any known script, but repeated themselves in perfect intervals, like a language dreamed by pressure. What struck the team most was what wasn't there. No door, no hatch, no broken arch, no tunnel. The ruin had no entry. Cameras circled it twice. No opening, no crack, just an unbroken surface, carved with rhythm and time, as though built to be closed forever. One remote scanner attempted to measure internal space. The data returned suggested something hollow, but not quite air-filled, more like memory pressed into architecture. A resonance lingered along the walls, vibrating just beyond frequency. Instruments hummed, lights dimmed. A technician aboard the ship said it felt like standing next to someone thinking very loudly. Debate erupted. Was it a temple, a container, a monument buried so deep the ocean had forgotten it, but not erased it? A pressure change forced the submersible to surface. When the team returned 2 days later, the ruin was gone, not collapsed, not buried, gone. The trench face now showed only stone, raw, natural, undisturbed. But those who reviewed the footage saw the glyphs again, faint, like echoes burned into the light, patterns lingering not on rock, but in the memory of the lens itself. No one speaks of opening it now. Some things, they say, were built to be sealed, and others, to be found only once. In the vast blue emptiness, near the Chatham Rise, hydrophones were deployed to monitor the seasonal migration of humpback whales. The recordings were expected, long, echoing arias, stretched across the sea, full of the mournful weight of instinct. For the first week, all transmissions were normal, until something answered. It began subtly, a harmonic layered beneath the song. Not disruptive, not intrusive, just present. A low, precise frequency buried beneath the whale's melodic calls, holding perfect pitch for minutes at a time. At first it was mistaken for feedback, then a modulation, then a pattern. Unlike any known marine life, this new sound did not rise or fall. It did not waver with emotion. It pulsed, evenly, consistently, every 29 seconds. No whale ever recorded has held a frequency that still, no instrument deployed, had the depth to generate it. When the data was isolated and played back at higher speed, Linguists leaned in. The signal carried syntax. 3 rising tones, 1 pause, 2 falling, 1 held, again and again, like a phrase, like punctuation in a language that isn't spoken, only sung. Then the whales began to respond. Not with panic, with harmony. Their songs shifted, subtly mirroring the pattern, weaving the strange frequency into their own compositions. The scientist watched as pods changed their routes, converging near the origin point. No known migratory logic explained it. They were gathering. A diver sent to deploy closer hydrophones described the silence near the source as dense, as if the water itself held its breath. And when he surfaced, he said something he hadn't said before a dive in 20 years. It felt like we were being listened to. The signal stopped after 13 days. No warning, just silence. But the whale songs continued with the new phrase embedded, passed pod to pod, as though taught, as though remembered. To this day, those notes still echo across ocean basins. No source ever identified, no transmitter found. But if you listen to the whales now, you'll hear something not quite their own, a borrowed melody, or maybe a reply. Near the floor of the Puerto Rico Trench, where even titanium bends beneath the weight of the sea, a robotic arm retrieves something impossibly whole, a sphere, smooth and black, resting undisturbed among fractured basalt. No barnacles clung to it. No sediment obscured its curve. It sat perfectly centered in a hollow of stone, as if placed there. It measured just under 30 centimeters in diameter, and it was flawless. No seam, no dent, no scratch. A surface too dark to reflect, like obsidian, but warm to the touch. The submersible's instruments detected no radiation, no magnetic field, no chemical trace. But the pressure sensors told a different story. Everything at that depth, hulls, casings, steel joints, groaned under the crushing weight. But not the sphere. Readings inside its immediate radius showed nothing, zero pressure, as if a bubble of normal atmospheric condition clung to it, untouched by the ocean's depth. It didn't resist pressure, it denied it. Once brought to the surface, the anomaly held. Devices placed beside it recorded no atmospheric compression, even when taken aboard a plane, even in vacuum chambers. It never cracked, never warmed, never cooled. It simply was. Attempts to cut or scratch its surface failed, not because it was too hard, because tools wouldn't bite. They slipped, glided, recoiled, as if contact wasn't allowed. Then came the whispering. Researchers claimed to hear faint sounds when alone with the sphere, not voices, tones, faint harmonic pulses, rising and falling just below perception, like distant chimes heard through fog. A kind of resonance that vibrated not in the air, but in the body. A geophysicist called it the sound of gravity folding. Weeks after recovery, the sphere vanished. One moment locked in a lab, the next, gone. Surveillance footage blanked for exactly 12 seconds. No breach, no alarm, no trace. What remains is the data. An object immune to pressure, unfazed by time, untouched by force. Not made for this ocean, maybe not made at all, just left, waiting to be found. Near the edge of the Coral Sea's abyssal plain, a team conducting salinity measurements captured something they didn't understand. A perfect sphere, drifting in the midwater column, not metal, not glass. A bubble but far too large, far too stable. Roughly 2 meters wide, it hovered 20 meters above the seafloor, neither rising nor falling. It pulsed. Not with current or tide, but with rhythm, a throb, a compression. Gentle, slow, measured, exactly 60 beats per minute, like a heart suspended in liquid. One diver described it as watching breath from the inside. No marine creature approached it, not even plankton. Sonar passed through it, but returned bent, warped like light through heat. Cameras showed its edge as translucent, shimmering faintly with soft prismatic hues. But the core remained dark, not solid, not empty, just unknowable. When touched with a probe, the bubble contracted slightly, then expanded again, never bursting. The surface flexed like membrane, but offered resistance, almost like muscle. Inside, Something moved. Slow spirals, too structured to be convection, too fluid to be mechanical. Every time it pulsed, nearby instruments lagged by a fraction of a second. GPS drifted. Lights dimmed. A soft vibration tickled fingertips, even through gloves, as if it were speaking in silence. The ship's medical officer, curious, synchronized the pulse to a human heart monitor. The match was perfect. Even the slight variability, tiny imperfections of beat-to-beat rhythm, mimicked a living pattern. But when played back as audio, the pulse wasn't just a thump, it carried undertones, subsonic frequencies woven into each beat, like coded language, buried in biology. The bubble vanished 3 days later. Not popped, gone. No trace, no residue, no change in temperature. Only the pressure log remained. A quiet dip and rise, as if something had exhaled. Some believe it was alive, others think it was listening. But those who felt the pulse in their chest say one thing with certainty. Whatever it was, it had a heart. Along the edge of the Mozambique Channel, a research vessel tracking migratory sharks encountered an anomaly that defied explanation. A shadow, vast and dark, drifting beneath the surface, but without a body. No form, no shape, just absence. It moved slowly, slicing the water like a phantom prow, leaving behind a wake that rippled even in calm seas. Not waves, not foam. A disturbance in the water itself, as if something had pushed through a layer invisible to light, but felt by touch. The sonar operator first spotted it. A silent sweep along the hull returned a clean line of blankness, a gap in the noise where echoes should have bounced. Instruments shivered, compass needles wavered, and radios hummed softly. The crew watched, mesmerized and wary, as the shadow drifted beneath them for nearly an hour. No marine life scattered, no gulls wheeled above, only the slow passage of something unseen. A diver was sent down to investigate. His camera followed the shadow's edge, a thin, shimmering line that bent and curved without mass. The water grew colder as he approached. The shadow didn't recede, it waited. Then just before contact, the water exploded in tiny bubbles, as if the sea itself exhaled. The diver's feed cut to static. He surfaced shaken. No injuries, no explanation. But when the footage was reviewed, a faint ripple could be seen trailing the shadow, like a tail made not of water, but of darkness folding itself into light. Days later, the channel's currents shifted unexpectedly. Fishermen reported nets torn without cause. Whales veered from their paths. The shadow's wake lingered long after its passage. Some say it's a creature, vast beyond measure, but too strange to be caught by sight. Others believe it's a force, an echo of something old, moving just beneath reality's skin. But all who have seen it agree on one truth: the shadow leaves a wake, not of water, but of silence. Far beyond the edge of mapped waters, where the abyssal plains fold into trenches too deep for light, the ocean seems to shift, not in tides or currents, but in memory, a vastness that breathes, pulses, and sometimes dreams. During a silent, moonless night, an array of sensors drifting above the Mariana Trench began to record fluctuations unlike any before. The instruments picked up ripples, not of water, but of sound and vibration, patterns too complex for marine life, too rhythmic for geology. The sea was dreaming. For hours, the waves hummed in low, undulating waves. Signals twisted and folded like an ancient lullaby, folding over themselves in layered harmony. Some frequencies resembled whale song, others, the pulse of shifting plates, but none fit into any known pattern. One deep-diving submersible caught strange reflections on its hull, light bending and warping, as if the water itself was reshaping around it. Shadows appeared and disappeared, like fleeting faces pressed against invisible glass. The crew reported a sense of vertigo, not from depth, but from something heavier, something older, pressing against the mind. One diver whispered, "It's like the ocean is remembering me," and perhaps it was. The dream carried a voice, soft, melodic, repeating. No words, no language, but a feeling of home, of loss, of infinite vastness, folding into itself. The next day, currents shifted unpredictably. Temperatures changed subtly. Sensors flickered out, then returned, as if waking from slumber. Some say the sea dreams to survive, others think it dreams to warn, and if the ocean remembers, then perhaps, in its depths, we all do too. Beneath the cold expanse of the Labrador Sea, where icy waters churn and currents weave slow patterns across the continental shelf, a strange flow has long puzzled oceanographers. Known to locals as the Black Current, it moves against the dominant tide, warm, dark, and silent, carrying with it an energy that defies explanation. Unlike the icy layers surrounding it, the Black Current slips through like a shadow, thick with warmth, heavy but fluid, carrying a heat signature that tests the limits of known geothermal sources. Instruments lowered into its path register a temperature spike, subtle yet persistent, rising as the current travels northward beneath ice shelves that should have frozen solid. Fishermen who have ventured into its reach speak of waters that burn with cold fire, warmth that doesn't comfort, but unsettles. Fish avoid the current's path, leaving a ghostly absence where life should flourish. Submersible crews report unusual readings, magnetic distortions, shifts in salinity that suggest the current carries minerals from deep vents or even something else. A pilot described feeling a tug in the water, not a pull forward, but a gentle, insistent pressure pressing inward, like the ocean itself breathing against the hull. The current flows quietly beneath layers of ice and stone, its path hidden from satellites, known only to those who dare to sail the frozen edges. Theories abound. Some suggest it is a conduit of ancient geothermal heat, leaking from the Earth's mantle. Others whisper it may be a channel of energy from unknown sources, a pulse of warmth in the cold heart of the sea. Whatever it is, the Black Current warms, not with light, not with life, but with something deeper, a heat that remembers. Along the jagged coast of the Faroe Islands, where waves crash against cliffs carved by millennia, fishermen have told stories for generations, tales of tides that carry voices, not the wind, not the gulls, but whispers rising from the sea itself. Words caught between foam and stone, spoken softly as the water laps the shore. Scientists first dismissed the stories as folklore, until a research team installed hydrophones near one of the most haunted coves. The equipment recorded low-frequency murmurs timed precisely with the ebb and flow of the tides, voices layered beneath the roar of surf, impossible to attribute to marine life or geology. The tide spoke. Recordings captured fragments of language, syllables with rhythm and tone, repeating like a chant. Not any known dialect, not song, not speech. A pattern, ancient and cryptic, woven into the rising water. Linguists analyzed the sounds, finding parallels to proto-languages, but nothing definitive. On the shore, locals swear the tide repeats warnings, words that change with the moon's phase, phrases that grow sharper with storm clouds. A fisherman recalled a night when the tide called his name, clear and urgent, pulling him toward the water's edge, before retreating like a breath held too long. Scientists sent divers to investigate. The underwater landscape showed unusual formations, smooth stones arranged in circles, depressions shaped like mouths frozen in silent song. Acoustic measurements suggested the sea floor itself might be amplifying vibrations, creating a living chamber beneath the waves. The tide's voice is not constant. It comes and goes, like a dream half remembered. But when it rises, those who listen hear not just the ocean, but something older, a story told in water and time. The tide speaks, and sometimes it listens back. On a calm morning near the Falkland Islands, a patrol boat spotted an impossible sight. A vessel drifting silently, hull above water, inverted like a ghostly shadow cast in reverse. No wake, no distress signals, just the slow, haunting drift of a ship, floating upside down. The crew approached cautiously, eyes wide as the massive silhouette turned slowly with the tide. The masts stretched down toward the sea, rigging swayed like tendrils beneath a dark canopy. The deck, hidden from view, seemed to hold secrets no light could reach. No flags flew, no signs of life, no sound. The air hung heavy, carrying a scent faintly metallic and cold. Radios crackled with static, voices distant, unreachable. Attempts to board were met with resistance. Not physical, but electrical. Communications equipment malfunctioned, cameras flickered and shut off. The water around the ship rippled strangely, reflections bending as though reality itself were distorting. Divers were sent, tethered and wary, as they circled the submerged deck. A strange pressure gripped their chests. One diver reported a whisper, not through the radio, but inside her mind. Words she couldn't place, a name repeated like a mantra, Vespera. The hull bore no name, but etched near the prow was a symbol, a crescent moon cradling a star, carved deep and worn by salt and time. The ship's origin remains unknown. No records match the description, no distress calls ever logged. It was as if the vessel belonged to no era, a phantom trapped between tides. After days, the ship vanished. No trace remained, no wreckage, no debris, only the faint ripple of a shadow slipping beneath the waves. Those who saw it speak of it, rarely. Some claim it was a warning, others, a memory, but all agree on one truth. Some ships don't sail, they drift between worlds, and sometimes, they float upside down. In the cold waters off the coast of Nova Scotia, a weather buoy anchored for months began transmitting strange readings. Not spikes in temperature or pressure, but a steady, low-frequency hiss. Faint, rhythmic, almost like breath trapped beneath the waves. Technicians aboard the monitoring ship first dismissed it as interference. Yet the sound persisted, growing clearer with each passing day. Hydrophones submerged near the buoy picked up the hiss in startling detail. A pattern too deliberate for static, too soft for machinery. One diver descended to investigate. As he approached the buoy, the water thickened, slowing his movements. The hiss grew louder, not in volume, but in intensity, vibrating against his chest through the pressure of the sea. His instruments faltered, lights dimmed, the buoy's tether pulsed gently, as if alive. At 15 meters depth, the diver paused. The hiss shifted. No longer a continuous sound, it modulated, rising and falling in waves, punctuated by soft clicks and pulses. It was communication, not words, but language. He turned upward, signaling for ascent, but the water resisted. Not physically, but psychologically. A sensation of weight pressing down, not from above, but from within. The hiss continued, a lullaby, sung by the sea itself. When the diver surfaced, the buoy's instruments recorded a spike in ambient electromagnetic fields. The hiss stopped abruptly. Back aboard the ship, recordings revealed something more unsettling. Faint whispers woven beneath the hiss. Voices speaking in a tongue no one could understand. Echoing just beyond the edge of hearing. Scientists still debate the origin of the sound. Some claim it is geothermal activity. Others whisper of something else. A presence beneath the buoy, listening. And sometimes, when the sea is still, and the night is quiet, the hiss returns. In the pitch-black depths near the Kermadec Trench, oceanographers monitoring bioluminescent life recorded an unprecedented phenomenon. A sudden bloom of light unlike any before. Not fireflies or jellyfish, but waves of radiant color pulsing in rhythm, rising from the abyss, like an underwater aurora. The bloom spread rapidly, moving in undulating sheets that shimmered with hues of violet, emerald and sapphire. Instruments detected a rise in temperature, but no corresponding tectonic or volcanic activity. No known biological catalyst could explain the intensity or scale. Submersibles dispatched to observe reported a surreal spectacle, fields of glowing organisms, each emitting faint pulses that synchronized into a vast city-like pattern. The lights shifted, forming shapes resembling arches, corridors, even vague silhouettes of figures walking the deep. Crew members described a sensation of being watched, not by creatures, but by the ocean itself. The bloom seemed alive, aware, as if the sea were breathing light. As quickly as it appeared, the bloom receded, leaving behind an eerie silence and a trail of faint phosphorescence that lasted days. Water samples taken during the event contained unknown compounds, biochemicals that defied classification. Researchers remain baffled. Some theorize it was a mass spawning event, a biological crescendo. Others suspect a message, a signal, written in light, reaching out from the ocean's hidden depths. Whatever it was, the Deep Bloom event remains one of the ocean's most beautiful and haunting mysteries. And beneath its glow lies a question: is the sea awakening? Beneath the thick, ancient ice sheets of the Ross Sea, satellites first detected an anomaly, a localized warmth, a faint heat signature, pulsing beneath the frozen expanse. It was subtle, nearly imperceptible, but persistent, as if something below was breathing through the ice. Icebreakers dispatched to the region found the surface unbroken, a solid white desert of frozen water stretching endlessly. But beneath, sonar scans revealed a rising plume of warmer water, twisting like smoke caught under glass. The warmth did not come from volcanic vents or known geothermal sources. It hummed with irregular pulses, timed but not rhythmic, alive yet inscrutable, diving remotely operated vehicles into the plume. Scientists were met with strange readings. Water temperatures fluctuated unpredictably, sometimes rising by several degrees, then dropping sharply. Salinity shifted. Chemicals unknown to ocean chemistry appeared in trace amounts. The ice above shimmered faintly in response. One ROV captured images of a cavernous void beneath the ice, walls smooth and glistening, carved not by nature, but by purpose. Within the hollow, currents moved as if guided, swirling in slow, deliberate circles. The drone's lights caught glimpses of shapes, not creatures, but structures. Columns rising from the floor, arches spanning shadows, surfaces etched with patterns that seemed almost too regular to be random. The heat signature pulsed stronger during the long Antarctic night, when no sunlight warmed the surface. Scientists recorded subtle vibrations in the ice, faint creaks and groans that matched the warmth's rhythm, as if the ice and ocean were breathing together. Local researchers whispered of ancient legends of fire trapped beneath the ice, of guardians sleeping in the cold, and of a heart beating beneath the frozen sea. The heat remains unexplained, a whisper of warmth in a land of cold, a pulse beneath silence, waiting, deep beneath the waves of the South Pacific, where currents swirl around forgotten seamounts. Divers discovered a coral formation, unlike any other. The colony stretched across an underwater ridge, its surface glinting faintly like forged steel, a shimmering tapestry woven not of flesh and bone, but of interlocking rings. The coral grew in perfect chains, each link looping through the next, with such precision it resembled ancient armor, crafted for giants, not brittle or broken, but flexible and strong. The colony shifted gently with the ocean's pulse, moving as one seamless living mesh. Scientists named it chainmail coral. Its origin remains a puzzle. No known species builds structures with such deliberate interlocking patterns. Genetic tests revealed no unusual markers, but the physical design defied biological norms. The links bore tiny grooves, delicate inscriptions only visible under magnification, patterns that resembled symbols rather than growth scars. When researchers touched the coral, a faint vibration passed through their gloves, not movement, but a low hum, almost like a heartbeat. The sound was too subtle to record, but felt unmistakable, as if the coral itself was alive in ways beyond flesh. The colony grew slowly, extending new links only during certain tidal phases, and as it did, the inscriptions appeared to shift, subtle rearrangements in pattern, as if the coral were rewriting itself. Attempts to transplant pieces to labs failed. Removed from their home currents, the chains fell apart, their links unraveling into dust. Locals in nearby villages tell of an ancient warrior who cast his armor into the sea, and that it grew into a shield that protects the ocean's depths. Whether legend or life, the chainmail coral stands as a testament, not just to nature's design, but to the possibility of life crafted by memory and purpose. A living armor, beneath the waves, far beneath the waves of the Bering Sea, where light dies quickly and the cold presses like stone. Explorers discovered a cavern that defied understanding. The walls weren't rock, not coral. They were something else. A brittle mosaic of ancient bone, fused and layered over centuries into an eerie cathedral of the deep. The cave stretched wide and tall, ribs arching overhead, like the skeleton of a colossal sea creature, long vanished. The floor was covered in shards, fragments of skulls, vertebrae and mandibles, woven into the sediment like fossilized carpet. The air inside the submersible felt heavier, charged with a presence no one could name. No living creature was seen, no current stirred, only the faintest echo of a pulse, rhythmic and slow, as if the cave itself had once breathed. Scientists sent probes to measure the cave's composition. Tests found traces of organic calcium, but no living tissue. The bones were ancient, far older than any recorded megafauna. Radiocarbon dating failed. The fragments existed outside time. A diver who briefly entered the cave reported strange visions, fleeting shadows moving between the pillars, whispers like water flowing over stone, and a sensation of being watched by eyes that no longer existed. Attempts to map the cave were thwarted by constant interference. Instruments malfunctioned near the walls. Samar returned impossible reflections. Lights flickered, as if touched by unseen fingers. Local lore spoke of the Bone Cathedral, a place where the ocean remembers its dead, where the bones of forgotten leviathans gather to sleep beneath the waves. The cave remains, a tomb, a sanctuary, and a mystery carved in bone. For months, an array of deep-sea hydrophones stationed in the South China Sea captured routine sounds, whale calls, tectonic murmurs, the distant hum of ships. Here's. Then without warning, a signal arrived. Sharp, deliberate, unlike anything recorded before, a pulse, rhythmic and unwavering, cutting through the static with clarity. At first, scientists believed it to be natural, perhaps an unknown species, or a geological phenomenon. But as days passed, the signal changed, not in frequency, but in direction. It shifted along the array, moving against the currents, defying logic and expectation. The source seemed to relocate, drifting backward through mapped waters. Attempts to triangulate the origin failed. The signal bent around obstacles, passed through dense thermal layers, and appeared to anticipate movement, arriving where no sensor was yet deployed. It wasn't just a sound, it was aware. Researchers dispatched an autonomous underwater vehicle to track the source. The AUV followed the signal's path, through twisting canyons, and over volcanic ridges, deeper and deeper, into zones thought lifeless. Yet the pulse persisted. At one point, the signal reversed suddenly, doubling back on itself. The AUV's instruments began to fail. Compass readings spun erratically, power drained unexpectedly. The vehicle's cameras caught fleeting images, shadows moving in the periphery, shapes too large to be fish, too silent to be natural. The signal led the AUV to a submerged chasm, a black void in the seafloor, where sonar returned only silence. As the vehicle hovered, the pulse changed, slowing, softening, then ceasing entirely. And then, an unseen force gripped the AUV, pulling it downward into darkness. The AUV was never recovered. Back at the research station, the signal resumed weeks later, not from the chasm, but from a new direction, closer, higher, almost deliberate. The ocean listened, and the signal answered. On the edge of the Great Barrier Reef, a dive team returned to a well-mapped coral garden, only to find it changed, not in color, not in growth, but in shape. Paths once clear became tangled, structures shifted, as if the reef had rewritten its own map overnight. Survey notes from the previous year showed precise locations of large brain corals, sea fans, and sponges. But when the team descended, clusters were missing, others rearranged. One formation, a towering outcrop of staghorn, had shifted nearly 20 meters. Smaller colonies had fused, while others vanished entirely. The shifts defied natural explanation. No storm had passed, no seismic activity registered. Tides followed normal patterns, and yet the reef's architecture was transformed, rearranged like pieces of a puzzle, moved by unseen hands. Divers reported strange sensations near the shifting zones, a subtle vibration beneath their feet, like the pulse of a heartbeat in the rock and coral. Sonar scans showed faint echoes, shapes moving slowly beneath the reef, just beyond camera range. Instruments flickered unpredictably. Samples of coral taken from both old and new locations showed no genetic difference. The reef wasn't dying, It was alive in a way beyond biology. Marine biologists speculated about a sentient ecosystem, a coral consciousness capable of rearranging itself in response to stimuli we cannot understand. Others suggested alien intervention, or an ancient signal buried deep in the ocean bed. The reef continues to change, slowly, quietly, like a city that never stops building or forgetting. Each dawn reveals new paths, and the reef waits for someone to walk them. A research drone, sleek and silent, was deployed off the coast of the Mariana Trench to capture deep-sea thermal vents, programmed to descend to record geological activity and biological responses. Its mission was straightforward: dive, record, return. But what it found, or what found it, changed everything. Hours into its dive, communications began to falter. The drone's signal grew faint, blurred, as if passing through a veil. Sonar feeds showed nothing but empty blackness. Then, unexpectedly, a surge of energy, a pulse, sharp and rhythmic, emanated from beneath the trench floor. The drone's cameras captured strange forms, shadows that moved with purpose, shapes too large and fluid to be fish, but never fully in focus. Lights flickered on the drone's hull, sensors overheated. The signal began to warp, bending frequencies until the control room heard not static, but a soft, humming resonance. Commands sent to abort were ignored. The drone descended deeper, slipping beyond the reach of communication. Screens went dark. When the scheduled recovery window passed, the search began. AUVs and manned subs scoured the trench, but no sign of the drone was ever found. No wreckage, no debris, not even a faint echo. Weeks later, a faint signal was detected, not from the trench, but from the mid-water column, drifting aimlessly. The pattern matched the drone's last transmission, but it carried something new, a melody, an otherworldly song, haunting and ancient, layered beneath the tones. No one knows if the drone is lost or transformed. Some believe it crossed into a realm beyond understanding, taken by forces deep and unseen. But the melody lingers, a ghost in the waves, a reminder that some journeys never return. In the early dawn, off the coast of Newfoundland, a convoy of fishing vessels sailed beneath clear skies, their decks humming with routine and chatter. But as the sun rose, a fog rolled in, not gentle mist, but a heavy, suffocating blanket that swallowed light and sound alike. The fog had no edge. It pressed in silently, thickening with each passing minute until the fleet was swallowed whole. Visibility dropped to mere meters. Radio signals scrambled, compasses spun erratically. Panic whispered across crackling speakers. Within hours the fleet was scattered. Boats veered off course. Some collided in darkness. Others vanished completely. Those who remained spoke of a silence so complete it was terrifying. No waves, no birds, no engine hum, only the fog and the feeling of being watched. Rescue teams sent after the disaster found no trace of most vessels, no debris, no survivors, just eerie reports of strange sounds, distant bells ringing beneath the mist, and faint singing that seemed to echo from the fog itself. Local legends tell of a sea spirit, a harbinger cloaked in fog, drawn to gatherings of men, weaving illusions to lead ships to their doom. Sailors call it the Veil of Drowned Whispers. Modern scientists attribute the event to sudden weather phenomena or toxic gas releases, yet the exact cause remains unexplained. And to this day, fishermen speak in hushed tones about the fog, how it can descend without warning, swallowing whole fleets, leaving only mystery behind. Beneath the hull of an aging freighter anchored near the Solomon Islands, crew members began to notice an unusual vibration. Subtle at first, a low hum that seemed to pulse through the metal ribs of the ship. It wasn't mechanical, not the engine, not the tide, something else. Hiwe, the sound grew over days, a steady cadence weaving through bulkheads and cabins, not noise. Music, a haunting melody, carried not on air but through steel. The notes were low, drawn out, almost mournful, like a lullaby sung by the ocean itself. Attempts to locate the source baffled engineers. The hull creaked and moaned, but no fault lines or corrosion explained the persistent song. Sonar scans returned only silence beneath the keel, and no external factors accounted for the resonance. Crew members reported strange dreams, visions of underwater cathedrals, vast chambers where light danced on ancient walls. Many woke to find themselves humming the melody, its memory lingering like a whisper. One night, the ship's radio picked up a transmission, not human, but a pattern of tones matching the song through steel. The message was indecipherable, yet unmistakably intentional. When the radio cut, the hum shifted to a higher key, then faded to silence. The freighter sailed on, but the song remained. Passengers spoke in reverence, and some claimed the sound held them in a trance, calming storms of mind and sea alike. Scientists remained divided, a natural phenomenon, a manifestation of ocean acoustics, or a message sent across time from the depths. Whatever it was, the song travels not through waves, but through the bones of the ship, a resonance older than the sea. Off the coast of Papua New Guinea, divers encountered a coral formation unlike any other, a reef that seemed to weep. The surface shimmered with a constant sheen, not from water or light, but from droplets seeping steadily from within the coral itself. Tiny beads of liquid traced down branches and spines, pooling at the base before disappearing into the sand. The liquid wasn't seawater. Tests revealed it to be a complex organic compound, salty but enriched with minerals unknown to marine science. Its scent was faint, almost metallic, and stirred unease in those who inhaled it through their masks. The reef's growth was abnormal. It spread in tight clusters, with branches curling inward, resembling hands folded in grief. The coral pulsed gently, as if breathing, exhaling the mysterious fluid in slow waves. Local fishermen tell tales of a cursed reef, born from a tragedy so old it predates memory, a place where the ocean mourns losses buried deep beneath the waves. Some say the coral weeps for the drowned, others whisper it's the ocean's sorrow made visible. Scientists remain puzzled. Attempts to capture the liquid for further study are met with rapid chemical breakdown, as if the reef protects its secret. Cameras record fleeting shadows moving among the branches, shapes too fleeting to identify. Those who spend time near the weeping reef speak of a heavy sadness, a pull on the heart, as if the sea itself grieves. The reef does not sing, it does not roar, it weeps, and in its tears lie stories the ocean refuses to tell. Beneath the crushing depths of the Puerto Rico Trench, where light dies and pressure folds the sea into silence, explorers discovered something that defied expectation, a tunnel, not carved by geology, nor torn by tectonics, but a smooth arching passage stretching across the abyss like a bridge beneath the waves. The tunnel's entrance was framed by polished walls, dark but reflective, as though formed from stone and glass fused in molten silence. Its length extended for nearly a kilometer, cutting through layers of sediment and volcanic rock with precision that suggested purpose, a structure made, not born. Sonar scans failed to penetrate its depths. Signals vanished into an endless black, as if the tunnel led not into rock but into shadow itself. Lights from submersibles revealed a corridor that shimmered with an eerie glow, walls pulsing faintly, alive with the breath of unseen currents. Attempts to navigate the passage were met with disorientation. Instruments spun, navigation systems lost calibration. Time seemed to stretch and fold within its depths. Divers reported a sensation of movement, not of the body, but of the mind, as if the tunnel itself was watching, remembering. At the far end, the passage opened to a cavernous chamber, vast beyond measurement, filled with structures that resembled ancient ruins, pillars and arches carved from unknown stone, etched with glyphs that pulsed with faint light. The silence there was profound, a stillness that pressed on the soul. The explorers left with more questions than answers. The tunnel was sealed by shifting sediment days later, swallowed back into the earth as if it had never existed. But those who have seen it speak of a pathway, a bridge beneath the ocean's deepest wound, leading somewhere beyond understanding, a tunnel across the trench, and a threshold between worlds. Late one fog-shrouded night, off the coast of Nova Scotia, fishermen aboard a weathered trawler tuned their radios to Channel 9, the maritime distress frequency, expecting static or the usual crackle of distant ships. Instead a voice came through, "Clam, not spoken in any known language, but something else entirely. The voice wasn't human, yet it carried emotion, not anger or fear, but longing. It spoke in tones that rose and fell like ocean waves, syllables shaped not by tongue or throat but by something deeper, the sea itself. Calls were made to nearby vessels. None reported hearing the voice. The trawlers' radios, however, continued to catch fragments, phrases woven with a rhythm too deliberate for chance, repeating in cycles, sometimes overlapping, sometimes fading into silence. Attempts to record and analyze the transmissions baffled linguists and cryptographers alike. Patterns emerged, resembling a code, a message perhaps, but one never fully understood. The voice seemed to respond to the crew's own calls, mimicking sounds made over the radio, but with added layers of complexity. Crew members reported strange dreams, after nights spent near Channel 9, waking to find the voice echoing in their minds. Some felt drawn to the sea in ways they couldn't explain, sensing a presence just beyond the horizon. Radio logs showed anomalies, unexplained static bursts synchronized perfectly with the tides, and signal interruptions that coincided with sudden shifts in local weather. When other ships passed through the same coordinates, the voice returned, always the same, always waiting. No one knows where it comes from, no one knows what it wants, but every night on Channel 9, the sea speaks, and sometimes, it listens back. In the depths off the coast of Madagascar, divers discovered a coral formation, unlike any they had ever seen. The coral's surface shimmered with an unnatural sheen, but what truly set it apart was its reaction to injury. When fragments broke off during sampling, the coral exuded a liquid, thick, viscous, and an intense shade of cobalt blue. The blue fluid seeped slowly, pooling among the branches like ink spilled into water. It wasn't waterborne, not mucus. Scientists analyzed the substance and found complex compounds never before recorded in marine biology, rich in copper and unknown proteins with luminescent properties. Local fishermen spoke of the blue tears, a reef that mourned those who harmed it, bleeding not blood, but the color of deep ocean shadows. They told stories of fish avoiding the coral, of sudden currents swirling around it, as if the reef itself repelled disturbance. During one dive, a researcher noted a subtle pulse beneath the coral, a rhythmic contraction, not of individual polyps, but of the reef itself, as if it breathed. The coral's glow intensified in response to external stimuli, particularly light and touch, shifting from deep blue to a soft violet hue. Attempts to cultivate the coral in tanks failed. Removed from its natural habitat, the coral lost its color and vitality, fading into pale gray within days. The bleeding coral remains one of the ocean's most haunting enigmas, a living entity that guards its own in a language of color and fluid. Some say the reef holds memory in its veins, stories of ancient seas carried in every drop of blue, and beneath the waves, the coral still bleeds. Along the jagged cliffs of the Faroe Islands, where the ocean crashes against stone carved by countless storms, explorers found a hollow, a cavern carved not by wind or wave, but by something else. A smooth indentation in the rock face, shaped like an eye staring silently into the sea. The hollow was impossibly deep. Divers entering the narrow opening found themselves swallowed by darkness, a tunnel stretching far beneath the cliff, curving downward and away from the world above. The water inside was unnervingly still, the usual sea currents absent, replaced by a silent pressure that seemed to weigh on the mind. Sonar scans showed nothing beyond a void, no creatures, no ledges, just an endless blackness that absorbed sound and light alike. Lights from the submersible flickered as they ventured deeper, revealing glimpses of walls slick and smooth, as though polished by unseen hands. The hollow seemed to breathe. Subtle shifts in water density suggested movement, slow, deliberate, and alive. Instruments recorded faint echoes, irregular but rhythmic, like a heartbeat transmitted through stone and water. Local legends spoke of a spirit that dwelled within the cliff, a guardian of the sea's secrets, whose gaze could pierce the waves and silence the boldest hearts. Some say the hollow is a passage to another realm, a portal swallowed by rock and tide. Divers who ventured too far reported visions, flickers of light, whispering voices, and an overwhelming sense of being watched by something ancient and patient. The hollow remains, a silent sentinel etched into the sea wall, waiting for those brave enough to listen. And when the tide turns just right, some swear they can hear it sigh. Far off the coast of the Outer Hebrides, where restless waters hide the bones of countless vessels lost to storm and shadow, a ship graveyard spreads like a silent necropolis. Wrecks lie scattered across the sea floor, rusted hulks, broken masts, shattered decks, remnants of centuries swallowed by the sea. Amidst this tangled graveyard, sonar operators detected something strange, a faint signal pulsing steadily from the depths. Unlike any natural beacon or navigational aid, it came not from a buoy or submersible, but from within the graveyard itself, a light that never flickered, a pulse that never ceased. Divers sent to investigate found no active vessel, no functioning equipment, but at the heart of the graveyard, nestled inside the wreck of a schooner, lost in the 19th century, they discovered a lantern, not old or rusted, but pristine, glowing softly with an otherworldly light, casting shadows that seemed to dance against the broken timbers. The lantern emitted no heat, no sound, yet its glow penetrated the murky depths, visible for miles in all directions. Attempts to retrieve it failed. The moment divers reached for it, the light pulsed brighter, and currents swirled unexpectedly, pushing them back as if the beacon resisted disturbance. Local legends speak of a ghost light, a guide for souls lost at sea, a beacon summoned by the restless dead to warn or to call. Mariners speak in hushed tones of ships, steered away from the graveyard. By its eerie glow, vessels spared from the same fate. Scientists remain puzzled. No mechanism or power source can explain the lantern's light. And though the wrecks continue to decay, the beacon remains, timeless and undimmed. Some say it is a message, others say it is a warning. But all who sail near the ship graveyard know one thing for certain. Some lights refuse to die. On the quiet shores of the Solomon Islands, a lone diver descended beneath turquoise waves, to explore a coral cave whispered about by locals but seldom visited. The mission was simple: survey the cave's depths, and document marine life. But what the diver encountered was anything but ordinary. As the light from his torch swept over the cave walls, a figure appeared, indistinct at first, but unmistakable. A tall silhouette standing perfectly still, partially obscured by shadow and water. The diver blinked, adjusted his mask, but the figure remained. No movement, no breath, just presence. Startled but compelled, the diver pressed forward, heart quickening. The figure did not move, nor did it fade. It seemed to watch. When the diver surfaced hours later, breath shallow, the footage showed no sign of the apparition. He chalked it up to fatigue or imagination. Days later, drawn back by curiosity and unease, the diver returned to the same cave. Descending once more, the torch illuminated the space. There it was again. The same figure, the same stillness, standing in the same spot. This time as he approached, the figure blinked. No face, no features, only the faintest shimmer, like heat rising off a desert road. The diver retreated, but the image burned into his mind. In the days that followed, he heard whispers in his sleep, echoes of water moving, voices calling, and the sensation of being watched even on land. The second dive was never fully explained. Instruments recorded a strange distortion, a loop in the data where the cave seemed to fold back on itself. Time stretched and folded in the underwater chamber. The diver never returned to the cave. Locals say the place is a mirror, reflecting more than just light, but memory and possibility, that some things beneath the waves are seen once, but truly understood only when seen twice. In the shadowed canyons of the Mariana Trench, where sunlight has long surrendered and silence reigns supreme, explorers uncovered a formation that sent chills through even the most seasoned crew. A vast, vertical wall stretching hundreds of meters, not carved from stone or coral, but from rows upon rows of sharp, glinting teeth. The teeth varied in size, some as small as human fingernails, others as large as diving helmets, embedded tightly side by side, forming a seamless, serrated surface that gleamed faintly in the submersible's beam. The wall curved gently, following the contours of the trench, as if guarding some ancient gateway. Sonar scans revealed an irregular density behind the wall, not hollow, not solid. Something in between, a substance that absorbed sound and light, resisting all attempts to penetrate. The The teeth were not arranged randomly. Patterns emerged, spirals, waves, and fractal designs that hinted at purpose, a language written in enamel and bone. Divers who approached reported an unsettling sensation, as if the wall was aware, watching. One recalled a faint clicking, like jaws softly closing and opening, echoing through the water. When a small robotic claw attempted to remove a single tooth, the wall recoiled, the teeth shifted minutely, tightening the surface like a living trap. No species is known to produce teeth arranged in such a fashion. No predator or reef builder comes close. Some theorize the wall is a vestige of a gargantuan creature long extinct, its skeleton now repurposed by the ocean as fortress or monument. Others whisper it is something else, a sentinel made of teeth, standing watch over secrets best left undisturbed. Whatever it is, the wall of teeth remains, a barrier, a warning, a remnant of something far older than memory. At depths beyond 6,000 meters, where the ocean folds into eternal night, and pressure weighs like silence itself, a network of hydrophones captured a sound unlike any other, a lullaby, soft, slow, and haunting. It pulsed through the abyssal darkness with a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the earth itself. The melody was not music as we know it, no notes or chords, instead a series of tones, deep, resonant, rising and falling like the breath of a sleeping giant. The sound carried across miles of empty water, wrapping around the abyss like a whispered secret. Scientists initially dismissed it as geological noise, the shifting of plates or the venting of gas, but further analysis revealed patterns too deliberate to be random, pauses and repeats, a tempo that slowed and sped, almost as if the ocean itself were singing a song meant to be heard only by those who listen deeply. Submersibles venturing near the source reported a strange calm. Creatures normally skittish lingered, drawn to the sound. Instruments recorded minor fluctuations in magnetic fields and temperature, as though the lullaby stirred something deep beneath the seabed. The sound ceased abruptly after 3 days. No change in conditions, no explanation. Those who heard the lullaby say it evokes a sense of ancient memory, a voice from the depths, a reminder that even in the ocean's darkest reaches, life and song persist. And when the abyss falls silent again, the lullaby waits. Far from shore, where the ocean's surface often calms into a glassy mirror, something stirs beneath the waves, a whirlpool, but unlike any known to sailors or scientists. This whirlpool doesn't spin outward from the depths, it rises, not downward into the abyss, but upward. A slow, deliberate spiral of water twisting against gravity. The vortex appears suddenly, a dark funnel swirling with impossible grace, lifting water from hundreds of meters below and pulling it toward the surface. Ships nearby report eerie calm before its appearance. No wind, no warning. The water seems to hold its breath. Then the whirlpool emerges, expanding with measured strength, but never growing violent. It moves against currents, defying the natural flow. Divers who have dared to approach speak of a heavy pressure in the air and water, a sensation of being watched by something vast and patient. Instruments fail, compasses spin, time seems to slow, minutes stretching into hours. The whirlpool ascends slowly, pulling objects, debris, plankton, even small fish, upward in a silent procession. Yet it leaves no trace on the surface when it fades, vanishing without splash or ripple. Oceanographers remain baffled. No known undersea currents or geothermal activity explain its existence. The whirlpool's origin and purpose remain unknown. Some say it's a portal, a spiral stair rising from the depths to somewhere beyond the sea. Others whisper it's the ocean's own breath, rising in measured rhythm. Whatever it is, the whirlpool rises, slowly, and endlessly. Far beneath the restless waves of the Philippine Sea lies the Eastern Trench, a yawning scar in the ocean floor, shrouded in crushing darkness and pressure that would rend any human-made vessel. Yet for decades, a subtle rhythm has echoed from its depths, a pulse. Scientists first detected it through seismic arrays, a slow, steady beat pulsing through the crust and water alike. Unlike earthquakes or volcanic tremors, this pulse maintained a cadence, like the beating of a colossal heart buried beneath miles of rock and water. Hydrophones recorded the sound, faint but unmistakable, traveling vast distances beneath the ocean, threading through canyons and ridges like an underwater drum. The beat accelerated and slowed unpredictably, yet never ceased. Deep-sea explorers venturing near the trench spoke of strange sensations, a vibration in their bones, a whisper in the silence, a feeling of something alive watching from below. Instruments fluctuated, compasses swayed, and time itself seemed to ripple in the pulse's presence. Some theorized it was the tectonic plates themselves, groaning with ancient life. Others whispered of a creature vast beyond imagining, a leviathan sleeping beneath the crust, its heartbeat calling through the dark. The pulse has never been traced to a source. It remains a constant mystery, a rhythm beating in the heart of the sea, and in its steady throb, the ocean remembers its own breath. Off the coast of Nova Scotia, where the fog drapes the sea like a shroud, an old lighthouse stood guard, or so it seemed. Amidst the wreckage of ships and forgotten storms, a solitary beacon glowed steadily from a rusted skeletal tower, casting light not from bulbs or flame, but from something unseen. The light never flickered, never dimmed, and never required fuel or electricity. Instruments brought aboard ships nearby detected no energy source, no batteries, no generators. The beam cut through mist and darkness, with unwavering clarity, as if powered by the sea itself. Sailors spoke of the beacon in hushed tones, warning newcomers to steer clear. For those who approached, the light seemed to reach inside, stirring memories not their own, visions of long-lost vessels, voices carried on waves, and tides that pull beyond reason. Attempts to trace the beacon's origin failed. No maintenance crews visited. No records noted its installation. The tower's structure was ancient, yet the light burned as bright as ever. Scientists speculated on piezoelectric phenomena, natural luminescence, or unknown mineral reactions, but none could replicate or explain the phenomenon. One captain described the beacon's glow as a heartbeat made visible, steady and alive, pulsing with the rhythm of the ocean itself. The beacon never falters, never fails. It burns without power, and waits for those who dare to follow. On a remote stretch of the Great Barrier Reef, marine biologists stumbled upon a formation unlike any documented before, a perfect circle composed entirely of shells, not scattered by currents or predators, but deliberately placed, each shell positioned with precision along a ring, nearly 20 meters in diameter. The shells varied in size and species, their colors muted by time and salt, yet their arrangement formed a pattern that defied chance. Some lay overlapping, others touching tip to tip, creating a mosaic of natural art beneath the waves. Divers reported an unsettling stillness near the circle. Fish avoided the area, and currents seemed to part gently around the formation, as if respecting an invisible boundary. The circle emitted a faint vibration, too subtle for instruments to measure, but unmistakable to those who lingered. Samples collected showed no signs of recent disturbance, no footprints, no drag marks. The shells bore no damage, no signs of being moved forcibly. It was as if the circle had formed itself, a living monument shaped by unseen hands. Local lore speaks of the sea spirits gathering in circles to share secrets, and of shells as tokens of memory and passage. Some believe the formation marks an ancient ritual site, a place where the ocean whispers to those who listen. The circle remains, a silent enigma, etched in shells, an unbroken ring of mystery, waiting for the next tide to tell its story. In the early hours off the coast of the Azores, a cargo vessel was reported adrift. It surfaced suddenly, cutting through the morning mist like a ghost ship, but eerily silent. The hull was intact. The lights still burned faintly, yet the decks were empty. No crew, no passengers, no sign of struggle. Rescue teams boarded cautiously. The bridge was functional, instruments operating as if the crew had just stepped away. Charts were laid open, navigational data logged up to the last second. Meals sat untouched in the galley. Personal belongings remained scattered, as though the occupants had vanished mid-motion. No distress signals had been sent, no calls for help, only the hum of engines and the gentle sway of the sea. Search parties scoured nearby waters. No lifeboats. No bodies. No debris. The ship seemed to have been abandoned without trace. Investigations uncovered nothing unusual. No signs of piracy. No evidence of storms or mechanical failure. The ship's log ended abruptly. A single entry. All is well. Crew members from other vessels spoke of similar stories. Ships appearing on radar with no one aboard, fading back into the fog without explanation. Some say the ship was claimed by the sea itself, swallowed whole by an unseen force. Others believe it's a vessel caught between worlds, drifting where time and space blur. Whatever the truth, the ship that surfaced empty remains a haunting mystery, a silent reminder that sometimes the ocean takes more than it gives. Deep within the abyssal plains of the South Pacific, a research submersible's sonar detected an anomaly, a perfect circle etched into the otherwise featureless seafloor. Closer inspection revealed a hatch, not natural, not geological, a door embedded beneath layers of sediment and stone, its edges sharp and clean against the dark ocean bed. The hatch bore no markings, no signs of wear or corrosion. Its surface shimmered faintly under the submersible's lights, reflecting an unnatural sheen that resisted classification. Attempts to scan beneath it were thwarted. Signals bounced back distorted, as if the hatch led into a void. Divers sent to explore the site found the water around the hatch unnervingly still. No current stirred, no marine life ventured near. Instruments flickered, compasses spun erratically. The hatch seemed to hum with a silent energy, vibrating just below perception. Efforts to open it met resistance. Hydraulic tools jammed. Even the most powerful cutting lasers failed to breach the surface. Yet inexplicably, the hatch appeared to pulse, expanding and contracting subtly, as if breathing beneath the waves. Speculation ran wild. An ancient gateway, a sunken vessel's secret entrance, or something older, a relic from a civilization lost beneath the waves. The hatch remained sealed, a silent sentinel guarding secrets buried in the ocean's darkest depths, and beneath it, the unknown waits. Far from shore, in the restless depths of the Pacific, an oceanographic buoy recorded a phenomenon defying all understanding, a towering column of water, rising from the seafloor, like a pillar of glass, perfectly still amid the churning currents around it. The column stretched upwards for nearly 50 meters, cylindrical and clear, as if carved by an unseen hand, separating the surrounding waves, without disturbance. Fish swam around it, avoiding its impossible presence, while plankton clustered just outside its smooth boundary. Submersibles dispatched to investigate found instruments malfunctioning near the column, sonar signals distorted and fragmented as they passed through it. Cameras captured its edges shimmering faintly, a ripple of light breaking the perfect stillness. Divers approaching the column reported a sensation unlike any other, a silence so deep it pressed against the mind, muffling thought and breath alike. The water inside the column did not flow or pulse, it simply held its shape, suspended in time and space. Attempts to penetrate or disturb the column failed. Mechanical arms recoiled, sensors flickered, and energy readings spiked unpredictably. The phenomenon remained unchanged, indifferent to human presence. Oceanographers theorize it may be a pocket of trapped water, isolated by unknown forces, or an interface between dimensions, a window into something beyond the physical sea. Whatever it is, the column stands, unmoving, unyielding, a silent sentinel beneath the waves, beneath the frozen expanse of the Arctic shelf, where ice presses thick and unyielding against shadowed waters. Explorers recorded a phenomenon that defied explanation. Lights dancing far beneath the surface, flickering like stars trapped in eternal night. The glow appeared sporadically, soft and ethereal, casting pale hues of blue and green across the seabed. It moved slowly, weaving through underwater canyons and crevices, pulsing in patterns that suggested purpose rather than chance. Submersibles sent to investigate reported eerie calmness in the water, a stillness that swallowed sound and motion alike. Cameras captured wisps of light, twisting like ribbons, shimmering against the dark, as if the ocean itself were breathing illumination. Scientists speculated the lights could be bioluminescent organisms, strange new species adapted to the harsh Arctic cold, but samples taken during the rare appearances revealed no known life forms. The lights weren't tied to movement or feeding, but seemed to communicate, pulsing in rhythms reminiscent of language. Locals who have hunted beneath the ice tell tales of ghost fires, spirits of the sea guiding lost travelers home, or warning of unseen dangers lurking beneath the frozen world. The lights continue to appear unpredictably, a haunting reminder that even beneath ice and shadow, the ocean holds secrets that glow softly in the dark. And when the Arctic night stretches long and cold, those lights shine brightest. Beneath the frozen expanse of the Arctic shelf, where ice presses thick and unyielding against shadowed waters, explorers recorded a phenomenon that defied explanation. Lights dancing far beneath the surface, flickering like stars trapped in eternal night. The glow appeared sporadically, soft and ethereal, casting pale hues of blue and green across the seabed. It moved slowly, weaving through underwater canyons and crevices, pulsing in patterns that suggested purpose rather than chance. Submersibles sent to investigate reported eerie calmness in the water, a stillness that swallowed sound and motion alike. Cameras captured wisps of light twisting like ribbons, shimmering against the dark, as if the ocean itself were breathing illumination. Scientists speculated the lights could be bioluminescent organisms, strange new species adapted to the harsh Arctic cold, but samples taken during the rare appearances revealed no known life forms. The lights weren't tied to movement or feeding, but seemed to communicate, pulsing in rhythms reminiscent of language. Locals who have hunted beneath the ice tell tales of ghost fires, spirits of the sea guiding lost travelers home, or warning of unseen dangers lurking beneath the frozen world. The lights continue to appear unpredictably, a haunting reminder that even beneath ice and shadow, the ocean holds secrets that glow softly in the dark. And when the Arctic night stretches long and cold, those lights shine brightest. Amid the fractured landscape of the mid-Atlantic ridge, where tectonic plates diverge and molten rock bleeds into the sea, explorers discovered a doorway, not carved or constructed, but a natural arch, vast, dark, and perfectly framed against the glowing lava fields beneath the waves. The doorway opened into a cavern, whose depths defied sonar. Light disappeared into its yawning mouth, swallowed whole by shadows thicker than the surrounding abyss. Water flowed through silently, carrying warmth and whispers of currents unseen. Submersibles that ventured inside reported disorienting sensations. Time stretched. Lights bent and fractured. Sounds echoed backward. Some spoke of a presence, not hostile, but ancient and patient, watching from the dark. The walls of the cavern bore strange markings, symbols etched in mineral deposits, glowing faintly with bioluminescence. They pulsed rhythmically, as if breathing, telling a story older than any human tongue. When explorers attempted to map the interior, instruments faltered, maps folded over themselves, coordinates shifted. The doorway seemed to close and open in tandem with the tides, sometimes accessible, sometimes sealed as if by will. Legends among local sailors speak of a gate to another world, a passage beneath the rift where the ocean's deepest secrets hide. The doorway waits, silent, patient, a threshold between fire and water, between known and unknown. In the uncharted waters of the South Atlantic, oceanographers tracking known currents encountered an anomaly, a flow moving steadily, with force and purpose, yet defying explanation. This current had no source, no recognizable origin feeding its endless push. Drifting instruments caught its path, a ribbon of water warmer than its surroundings, flowing against prevailing winds and tides. Sonar mapped its course over hundreds of kilometers, cutting through established patterns without disruption. The current pulled debris, plankton, and even small fish into its invisible river, as if guided by an unseen hand. Ships navigating the region reported sudden shifts in resistance, as though invisible waves pushed against their hulls. Submersibles sent to investigate found the water moving in steady, silent streams, with no trace of whirlpools or vents. Salinity and temperature readings conflicted. The current neither warmed nor cooled as expected, and minerals carried within it did not match known geological activity. Scientists puzzled. No river fed it, no wind drove it. The ocean refused to reveal its origin. Some speculate it's the breath of a submerged ecosystem, vast and hidden. Others whisper it's a wake left by creatures too large or ancient to comprehend. The current moves silently, endlessly, without a source, and in its steady flow lies a question waiting beneath the waves. Where does it begin? Deep beneath the Pacific, where light dies and silence reigns, a sonar array detected an impossible barrier, a wall, not built by hands, not formed by geology, but a presence that swallowed sound itself. As vessels approached, sonar pings vanished abruptly, swallowed whole by the unseen. The wall stretched for miles, a perfect vertical plane slicing through the ocean's depths, its edges undefined yet absolute. Sonar beams vanished against it, like whispers against stone. Attempts to penetrate the barrier yielded only silence. No echoes, no reflections, just absence. Submersibles sent to investigate experienced equipment failure near the wall. Cameras flickered, navigation systems spun wildly, and radio communications broke down. The water itself seemed charged, humming with an energy that made hair stand on end. Divers reported a sensation of disorientation, as if space bent and shifted near the barrier. Time seemed to stretch. One described seeing shadows move beyond the wall, fleeting and intangible. Theories ranged from underwater volcanic glass formations to previously unknown physical phenomena. Others suggested it was a defense, a sentinel guarding something buried beneath the seabed. No vessel has passed through the wall. None have returned with answers. The wall remains, silent, impenetrable, waiting. Within the tangled expanse of the Pacific Northwest's kelp forests, where sunlight filters through emerald canopies and shadows dance beneath the waves, a research dive uncovered something utterly unnatural. Among the swaying fronds, a structure, not organic, not natural, hummed softly, blending with the rustle of the sea. The machine was smooth and metallic, its surface etched with lines that caught the light like circuitry woven into steel. Its shape was alien, neither fish nor vessel, but something designed with precision and purpose beyond human comprehension. Fishermen nearby spoke of strange sounds, clicks and hums, heard when passing the forest at dusk. Some reported lights pulsing beneath the water, synchronized with the rhythm of the tide. Scientists sent cameras and drones, capturing images of the machine's panels, which glowed faintly with unknown energy. Attempts to touch or move the structure were met with resistance. Instruments malfunctioned, electronics died, and sensors detected an energy field that fluctuated unpredictably. Divers described a sense of being watched, of cold intelligence lurking within the metal. The kelp around the machine grew thick and fast, as if the forest itself sought to shield or contain it. No origin was known, no signal emitted that could be traced. The machine seemed dormant yet alive, a relic of something ancient or perhaps a visitor from beyond the waves. And in the quiet pulse beneath the kelp, the ocean holds its breath, waiting for the machine to awaken. Far beneath the continental shelf, where sunlight fades and pressure mounts like a silent weight, instruments stationed to monitor seismic activity picked up something unexpected. Whispers, not voices, not sound waves in any conventional sense, but faint vibrations woven through the crushing silence. The whispers pulsed beneath the deep sea floor, rising and falling with no clear rhythm, as if the earth itself murmured secrets from its hidden depths. Hydrophones captured patterns too complex to be natural, harmonics layered like an ancient chant, repeating but never settling. Submersibles sent to investigate reported unsettling sensations, a low hum in their bones, lights dimming inexplicably, and instruments cycling through static without cause. Divers felt a presence, a soft pull on the mind, as if the pressure itself carried thoughts from somewhere else. Geologists speculated these whispers were the breath of the planet, tectonic plates groaning in their slow dance. Others believed the sound was alive, an intelligence deep within the earth, communicating in the language of pressure and stone. The whispers remain a mystery, heard only in the zone where silence itself bends. And if you listen closely beneath the crushing weight, the pressure speaks. In the shadowed depths off the coast of Tasmania, a vast coral colony lies dormant. Unlike vibrant reefs teeming with life, this colony sleeps, its polyps tightly closed, Colors faded to muted grays and blues, as if the entire structure has exhaled a long ancient breath and settled into silence. Diving expeditions recorded no movement, no feeding, no growth, a reef frozen in time. Instruments detected faint pulses of bioluminescence deep within the colony, but these glows flickered like the last embers of a dying fire. Marine biologists puzzled. The surrounding waters teemed with life, yet this colony remained still, as if waiting. Samples revealed an unusual chemical signature, a compound that slowed metabolic processes, suggesting the colony had entered a state akin to hibernation. Locals speak of the sleeping colony as a living relic, a sanctuary preserved for times yet to come. Some believe it is a memory of an ancient sea, holding the ocean's secrets in its silent grasp. Occasionally, distant echoes ripple through the reef, faint signals or vibrations, unanswered questions sent across the currents. The colony waits, patient, silent, dreaming beneath the waves. Far beneath the restless waves off the southern coast of Tasmania, where the sun's reach grows faint, and the ocean deepens into muted twilight, a vast coral colony rests in a silence that feels older than the sea itself. Unlike the vibrant reefs alive with flashing colors and darting fish, this colony lies dormant, as though the ocean has exhaled one long breath and settled into a deep, patient sleep. The colony stretches across a steep, underwater slope, a sprawling architecture of stone and life folded into labyrinthine shapes. But instead of the usual buzz of activity, there is nothing but stillness. The polyps, tiny coral animals that normally pulse with life, are tightly closed, their tentacles withdrawn, cloaked in shades of grey and faded blue. Their brilliant colours, once shimmering under the filtered sunlight, have faded into ghostly whispers of their former selves. Diving expeditions return with strange reports. No feeding frenzy, no schools of fish weaving through, no swarms of plankton. The reef does not breathe or shift, it doesn't grow or erode, it is paused, a living monument frozen in the ocean's slow clockwork. Cameras catch only the barest shimmer of bioluminescent pulses deep within the colony's hidden chambers, faint flashes that flicker like dying embers in a forgotten hearth. Scientific instruments tell part of the story. Water chemistry around the colony hints at an unusual chemical signature, an organic compound unknown in other reefs, a substance that appears to slow metabolic processes in the coral and surrounding microfauna. It's as if the colony has entered a state akin to hibernation, where life's rhythms beat slower, almost imperceptibly. Marine biologists are puzzled. The surrounding ocean is alive, schools of fish, sponges, anemones, and drifting plankton flourish just beyond the colony's edge. Predators prowl the adjacent reefs. Currents flow strong, but inside this silent sanctuary time seems to fold differently. It is as if the colony exists in a pocket, suspended out of sync with the vibrant world around it. Local fishermen speak of the sleeping colony in hushed tones. Ipiaries and Hiberniorgen, in hushed tones. To them it is a place where the ocean keeps its memories, a living archive of seas long vanished. Stories passed down through generations tell of a reef that once thrived, then closed itself away to survive centuries of change and loss. They say it waits, patient and unyielding, guarding secrets that the ocean isn't ready to share. Occasionally, distant echoes ripple through the colony, not the chatter of animals but faint signals, subtle vibrations that ripple through stone and water like whispers carried on the current. These signals rise and fall in slow, deliberate waves, unanswered questions sent across the deep. Divers describe a sensation of presence, not hostile but watchful, as though the reef itself listens to the ocean's heartbeat. The coral polyps show traces of ancient genetic material, carrying mutations that suggest survival through ice ages, warming seas and mass extinctions. The colony is older than recorded history, a sentinel from an era when seas were colder and life was quieter. The sleeping colony stands as both monument and mystery, a paradox of life and stillness. It holds the ocean's secrets in its silent grasp, a fragile archive preserved beneath waves that have long forgotten the sunlight's warmth. What dreams stir beneath those closed polyps? What stories are etched into the skeletons hidden beneath layers of sediment? And when, if ever, will the colony awaken to sing its song once more? For now it waits, patient, silent, dreaming beneath the waves, far out in the shadowed depths of the South Pacific, where the ocean floor plunges into mysteries as deep and dark as the night sky. Explorers discovered something impossible, a mountain, towering, massive, majestic, rising from the abyssal plain. But it wasn't supposed to be there. Charts and satellite mapping had long surveyed this stretch of sea, a quiet corner of the ocean where tectonic movements are slow, and nothing was expected to rise beyond gentle undulations of sediment. Yet the mountain stood tall, a sudden, unmarked colossus, piercing the ocean's stillness. Its summit hovered nearly 2 kilometers below the surface, cloaked in eternal twilight, its slopes carpeted in strange corals and fields of bioluminescent creatures that glowed softly against the cold darkness. This underwater peak, like a lost island submerged in time, had escaped every known survey, as if hidden by an ocean that wanted it forgotten. The first signs came from an anomaly in seismic readings, a faint vibration out of place, as though the earth itself hummed softly beneath the waves. A research vessel diverted course to investigate, sending submersibles to explore the mountain's shadowed valleys and jagged ridges. What they found was breathtaking and strange. The mountain's base sprawled across a vast area, larger than many coastal islands. But unlike typical seamounts carved by volcanic fury, this one bore curious formations, walls and terraces that resembled ancient terraces, steps carved with uncanny precision, not by nature but by design. The stone was smooth in places, worn in ways that suggested human hands, or something beyond human, had shaped the rock. Petroglyph-like carvings dotted the surfaces, lines and spirals that glimmered faintly under the submersible's lights, telling stories long lost to time. Marine biologists catalogued bizarre life forms unique to the mountain, creatures with translucent skin, eyes that reflected the faintest glimmer, and symbiotic relationships never seen elsewhere. The ecosystem thrived in isolation, adapting to the mountain's ancient architecture and mystery. Attempts to map the mountain more precisely revealed strange data gaps, areas where sonar signals bent, warped or vanished entirely. Equipment glitches became common near certain terraces, as if electromagnetic forces pulsed from the rock itself. Legends whispered by islanders hundreds of kilometers away spoke of a sleeping giant beneath the sea, a mountain that held the memory of an ancient civilization swallowed by the ocean's embrace. Tales told of cities once built upon its summit, of gods who shaped the land and sea in their image. The mountain defied explanation, not simply a geological formation, not merely a lost peak. It was a relic of something older, something alive in memory. Scientists remain divided. Some call it a natural marvel, born of unknown tectonic fury. Others believe it a remnant of a civilization erased by the tides, a monument to secrets the sea still guards. The mountain waits, silent and colossal, its presence a question without answer. And beneath its shadow, the ocean breathes quietly, keeping watch over a mystery that refuses to be mapped. Far beyond the reach of sunlight, where the ocean plunges into perpetual darkness, lies the Silent Zone, a vast expanse beneath 5,000 meters of water, where pressure crushes and life retreats into shadows. In this abyss, sound is sparse, movement is slow, and the silence is so profound, it seems to press upon the mind itself. For years, oceanographers have deployed networks of hydrophones to listen in these remote depths, hoping to capture whispers of life, tectonic murmurs, or distant ship traffic. Most recordings returned only the static hiss of the deep sea, white noise stretched across the void. Then, unexpectedly, a signal emerged. Not random noise, not geological rumbling. A pulse, a rhythm, a message. The signal was faint but distinct, a series of repeating bursts, spaced evenly over minutes and hours, carrying a pattern too precise to be natural. It seemed designed, purposeful, a language encoded in sound waves, traveling through the crushing depths. Researchers scrambled to decode it. Frequencies shifted in sequences, intervals matched prime numbers. The pulses echoed as if responding to an unseen call. bouncing between sensors with an intelligence that baffled scientists. Attempts to trace the source led vessels into the heart of the silent zone, where even the hardiest submersibles risked collapse under the weight of water. Cameras revealed nothing, no creatures, no vents, no geological activity that could account for the signal. One pilot reported eerie sensations while descending, a tingling in the ears, a cold that seeped through the hull, and an overwhelming feeling of being observed by something vast and patient. Instruments flickered. Time seemed to distort. The signal continued without interruption for days, then ceased as suddenly as it began. Attempts to reignite it failed. The ocean fell back into silence. Speculation ran wild. Was the signal the call of a deep-sea intelligence, a relic from ancient tectonic activity, or a beacon sent from a hidden, unfathomable world beneath the waves? Scientists remain divided, their recordings a tantalizing mystery that lingers like a question written in sound, and in the depths of the silent zone, where silence reigns supreme, the ocean waits, listening. Far below the surface, where sunlight cannot reach and silence wraps the ocean floor in an eternal shroud, a discovery was made that defied all expectations. Amidst the dark sediment and scattered bones of long-dead sea creatures, scientists found a skeleton, not of flesh and bone, but carved entirely from stone. The figure stretched nearly 10 meters, lying half-buried in the silt, like a sleeping giant fossilized in granite. Its form was humanoid, with limbs articulated in impossible precision, joints that mirrored those of living beings yet shaped from smooth, unyielding rock. Each bone gleamed faintly under submersible lights, its surface etched with intricate patterns that pulsed softly, as if alive. Initial theories suggested an ancient coral formation or mineral deposit shaped by currents, but the structure was too deliberate. Each segment aligned with purpose, as if sculpted by a mind rather than chance. The skeleton's skull bore hollow eye sockets that seemed to watch silently, and a jaw fixed in a silent eternal whisper. Sonar readings revealed hollow cavities within the structure, spaces too precise to be natural caves. Instruments detected faint electromagnetic fields emanating from the skeleton, fluctuating in rhythms that matched none of Earth's known frequencies. Divers reported eerie sensations near the skeleton, a heaviness in the water, whispers that seemed to ripple across their minds, and a profound stillness that pressed against time itself. Some spoke of dreams where the skeleton moved, rose from its resting place, and walked beneath waves of stone and shadow. Local legends spoke of titans who once ruled the seas, beings forged from earth and ocean, whose bones became the very bedrock of the sea floor. This skeleton, they say, is a remnant of that forgotten age, a sentinel watching across eons. Scientists remain baffled. The skeleton made of stone challenges everything known about the ocean's history and the boundary between life and earth. Is it a relic, a warning, or something still waiting to awaken? The skeleton lies in silence, a monument carved by time itself, at depths nearing 900 fathoms, where sunlight fades into memory, and the ocean whispers secrets in hushed currents. Explorers discovered something utterly alien, a tree, not of wood or leaf, but forged from metal, its branches twisting upward, like iron veins beneath the waves. The metal tree rose from the seafloor in a haunting silhouette, its limbs branching wide and intricate, etched with patterns resembling circuitry in ancient runes. Its surface glistened faintly under the submersible's lights, a cold sheen untouched by rust or corrosion, as though preserved by forces beyond understanding. Scientists first spotted the formation on sonar scans, an anomaly standing stark against the muddy ocean bed, perfectly vertical and unmistakably artificial in shape. Dives revealed the tree's base anchored deep within rocky sediment, its roots disappearing into fissures unseen. The metal tree emitted a faint electromagnetic pulse, rhythmic and steady, almost like a heartbeat. Instruments detected low-frequency vibrations reverberating through the water, resonating with the pulse and suggesting a source of power humming within. Attempts to touch the tree were met with resistance. Submersible arms recoiled, sensors glitched, and strange distortions appeared in video feeds, blurring the edges of the tree's form as if reality itself hesitated to hold it. Nearby, marine life behaved oddly. Schools of fish circled the tree cautiously, but never entered its immediate radius. Bioluminescent creatures gathered along its limbs, their glow pulsing in time with the electromagnetic rhythm, as though the tree communicated in light and energy. Legends from coastal tribes speak of iron forests beneath the waves, places where the sea grows metal and ancient spirits dwell in branches of steel. The metal tree fits no known natural pattern, blurring the line between nature and machine. Researchers remain divided. Is the metal tree a relic of lost technology, a monument left by an unknown civilization, or something alive, a sentinel born from the ocean's depths? Whatever it is, the metal tree stands silent and eternal, a mystery forged in metal and mystery. Far beneath the tumultuous waves of the Pacific, where the ocean floor plunges into darkness and pressure crushes with silent force, lies a trench that breathes a secret at dawn, known to deep-sea explorers as the Whispering Abyss. This trench hums with a low, resonant vibration as the first light of day touches the distant horizon. The phenomenon was first noted by seismologists monitoring the region. Each morning, as the sun's rays pierced the ocean's surface, instruments recorded a rhythmic hum, a steady drone that rose and fell like the breath of the earth itself. Unlike earthquakes or volcanic tremors, the hum pulsed with a cadence almost musical in its precision. Scientists dispatched submersibles to investigate the source. As they descended into the abyss, the hum grew louder, reverberating through the hulls and stirring the water around them. The deeper they went, the more the sound seemed to envelop them, not just heard, but felt, vibrating through bones and metal alike. The trench walls appeared to pulse with energy. Strange bioluminescent creatures congregated near fissures, their glows flickering in time with the humming. Sonar scans revealed complex formations, caverns and tunnels carved with geometric precision, unlike anything forged by nature alone. Divers reported an eerie sensation. The hum seemed to speak, a language of vibrations echoing through the deep. Some claimed it was a call, others a warning. The water around them shimmered, as if the trench itself was alive, breathing slowly in the dawn's quiet. The hum ceased as abruptly as it began, fading with the rising sun, leaving behind a profound silence that lingered long after the submersibles returned to the surface. Local legends tell of the trench as a gate between worlds, a threshold where the ocean whispers ancient secrets at dawn, moments when the Earth's heartbeat can be heard beneath the waves. Scientists remain baffled by the humming trench, its purpose and origin unknown. Yet, for those who listen closely at daybreak, the trench hums still, a song of time, a pulse from the deep, a breath beneath the dawn. In the murky depths off the coast of the Canary Islands, a salvage crew came across a derelict ship, an uncharted vessel, resting silently on the ocean floor. But what drew their breath was not the ship itself, but the hull, covered not in rust or coral, but in countless eyes. Not human, not fish, but eyes. Hundreds, maybe thousands, round, glistening, watching. Each eye was embedded into the metal, unblinking and glossy, reflecting the dim light of the submersible like precious stones. Some were the size of marbles, others larger, staring outward, as if guarding the vessel's secrets. Attempts to touch the hull were met with an unsettling sensation. The eyes seemed to follow, tracking every movement, their gaze penetrating deeper than any lens. The ship's logs were missing, no records of the vessel's origin or mission remained. Electronics on board flickered and failed. The air within the submersible thickened, heavy with unease. Divers reported whispered voices, carried not through radio static, but through their minds. Murmurs in countless tongues, stories of lost crews and forgotten voyages. Some claimed the eyes were the souls of those lost, bound to the ship in eternal watch. Scientists analyzing samples found no biological tissue. The eyes were neither flesh nor machine, but something in between, a fusion of organic and inorganic, alive yet constructed. The hull remained a mystery, a sentinel of watchfulness, guarding memories beneath the waves. And as the submersible departed, the eyes did not blink. They never will. Between the layers of warm surface water and cold depths lies the thermocline, a fragile boundary where temperatures shift abruptly, currents twist, and light fades like a candle flickering in a vast cathedral. In this elusive zone, where water breathes in layers and the ocean's secrets blur, a presence lingers, the Watcher. For years, oceanographers monitoring temperature gradients near the Sargasso Sea noted anomalies within the thermocline. Shadows cast where none should be, movements too large to be fish, yet too silent to be machines. Equipment logged bursts of electromagnetic interference, sonar pulses scrambled unpredictably, and cameras caught fleeting shapes disappearing before focus. A research vessel, the Elysium, equipped with deep probing sensors and submersibles, began a series of dives into the thermocline. Each descent brought more questions. The water was thick with life, plankton drifting like cosmic dust, jellyfish pulsing with faint blue light, fish weaving in complex dances, yet a singular silhouette always appeared at the edge of vision. Divers described glimpsing an immense form, vast and slow-moving, blending seamlessly with the water. Eyes like molten glass reflected the scattered light, unblinking and ancient. It watched without hostility, a silent sentinel guarding the border between worlds. The Watcher's shape was unlike any known creature, neither fish nor mammal, but a shifting form that rippled with the currents, as if woven from the thermocline itself. It moved with the grace of a shadow, an echo of something primordial that has inhabited the ocean longer than memory. Sonar scans revealed the Watcher's massive size, longer than any blue whale, wider than a school of fish, but its body left no physical trace. Echoes bent and broke around it, and the thermocline shifted in response, as if alive and sentient. One dive ended in sudden disruption. The Elysium submersible passed through the thermocline, and the Watcher followed. Instruments failed. Communications fell silent. The pilot felt a pull, not physical, but mental, like a tide tugging at consciousness itself. When the submersible resurfaced, minutes later than expected, the pilot reported a sensation of timelessness, as if hours had passed in moments. Images from the dive showed warped light, shapes folding into themselves, and one frame captured a pair of eyes, vast reflecting stars. Scientists debated endlessly. Was the Watcher a creature, a manifestation of the thermocline's shifting energies, or something else entirely, a guardian of the ocean's threshold, observing the balance between surface and abyss? Local sailors speak of the sea's eye, a watcher that gazes from the water's edge, unseen yet ever present. Fishermen avoid certain stretches where compasses spin and radio signals fade, believing the Watcher to be both protector and omen. The Watcher remains elusive, always at the border, always watching, a silent guardian in the shifting water, between light and dark, between worlds, far beneath the churning surface, past the reach of light and life as we know it, lies a realm where sound becomes shadow and silence speaks louder than waves. Known to deep-sea researchers as the Whispering Depths, this zone hums with voices no human ear should hear, subtle murmurs drifting on currents, a chorus of echoes that seem to whisper secrets from the ocean's heart. Scientists first recorded the phenomenon while deploying hydrophones near the mid-Atlantic ridge. Amid the usual symphony of whale calls, tectonic rumbles, and thermal vent hiss, faint whispers emerged, not words, but a language of vibration, layered and shifting like waves within waves. The whispers moved with purpose, weaving through the dark waters in patterns that defied natural explanation. Some researchers believe the depths housed a communication network, a language older than any known species, carried not by flesh but by the sea itself. Submersibles venturing into the whispering depths reported unnerving sensations, low-frequency vibrations, thrumming in their bones, instruments cycling through unexplained static, and a pervasive sense of being watched by unseen eyes. Lights would flicker, and cameras sometimes caught shadows, shapes too fluid, too vast to be mere creatures. Local legends tell of voices beneath the waves, the ocean's memories passed in hushed tones from one current to the next, waiting for those patient enough to listen. The whispering depths remain a mystery, a place where the sea itself speaks, but refuses to be understood. And if you listen closely, you might hear the whispers too. Along the remote shores of the Aleutian Islands, where relentless winds carve the sky and the sea churns with a wild heart, sailors have long whispered of the phantom tide, a mysterious swell that rises without cause and fades without trace. This tide defies all known oceanography, appearing suddenly in the dead of night and leaving no evidence behind. The first documented sighting came from a weathered fishing vessel caught in calm seas, where suddenly the water began to surge, rolling like a mountain wave without warning. The sky remained clear, the wind absent, and the usual signs of a storm were nowhere to be seen. Yet the water moved with power and intent, pulling ships out to sea before dissolving, as if it had never been. Scientists dispatched research teams to investigate the phantom tide's origins. Satellites recorded subtle shifts in sea surface height, but these signals were fleeting, like whispers lost on the wind. Tides in the region followed no predictable pattern during these events. Sonar scans detected underwater currents moving in defiance of surface forces, twisting and folding through hidden channels beneath the ocean floor. Divers who dared to approach the swell described a sensation of dislocation, a pulling between moments, as if the tide itself existed partially out of time. Instruments aboard their vessels glitched and faltered, compasses spun wildly, and electronic equipment emitted static bursts. Local folklore paints the phantom tide as the ocean's breath, a ghostly pulse of the sea, alive and aware, rising to remind those who listen of the ocean's untamed will. Some believe the tide is a boundary between worlds, where the water flickers between reality and dreams. The phantom tide remains a mystery, an unseen force that moves in silence, shaping the sea without sound or wind. And when it rises, the ocean holds its breath. In the darkest depths off the coast of the Maldives, where coral reefs give way to endless blue, divers discovered something so strange it defied explanation. A vast, perfectly smooth surface beneath the waves, reflecting the ocean above like glass. It was a mirror, but not of water or ice. Something else, something impossible. The mirror lay nearly 1,000 meters down, resting on the sandy ocean floor like a frozen lake in a forgotten world. Its surface was flawless, unbroken by ripple or wave, and it reflected the dim light of submersible lamps with a clarity that stunned those who approached. Sonar readings bounced off the mirror in unexpected ways. Signals returned distorted, as if the mirror bent space itself. Cameras captured not just the reflected ocean, but strange shadows behind the surface, shapes that moved independently from the water above. Scientists tried to touch the mirror, but their hands met resistance. Not solid, but a force like thick glass or a boundary between worlds. The mirror didn't break or ripple, but it felt alive, a silent guardian watching from beneath. Divers reported eerie sensations near the mirror. Some felt a sudden shift in perception, as if time slowed and space folded. Others saw fleeting images in its depths, faces not their own, landscapes impossible and vast, glimpses of places beyond the ocean. Local legends spoke of a water's eye, a portal where the ocean reflects not just the world above, but the unseen realms below and beyond. The mirror is said to hold memories of lost civilizations and ancient secrets, a boundary between the real and the imagined. The mirror remains untouched, a silent guardian beneath the waves, an ocean held in stillness, waiting to reveal what lies beyond. Far beneath the sunlit waves, past the reach of most divers and explorers, lies a realm both fragile and mesmerizing, a hidden garden woven from glass and light. Here the ocean breathes gently, and currents carry whispers of a world suspended between reality and dream. This is the Garden of Glass Eels, a place where shimmering creatures dance like living threads of crystal, and the sea itself seems to hold its breath. The story begins with a simple discovery: a scientific expedition investigating the mesopelagic zone, often called the Twilight Zone, off the coast of Japan's Ryukyu Islands. Their goal was to study deep-sea bioluminescence, to capture images of creatures that flicker in the dark and illuminate the ocean's hidden corners. What they found was far beyond expectation. As submersibles descended into the dim blue, cameras picked up an ethereal spectacle, thousands of glass eels weaving through the water like strands of light. Their translucent bodies caught and refracted every beam of artificial light, turning the dark into a shimmering forest of glistening forms. The eels moved with elegant grace, undulating in synchronized waves that seemed choreographed by an unseen conductor. But this was no ordinary eel population. What caught the scientists' attention was their behavior. the glass eels were building. Each eel carried tiny particles, bits of shell, sand, organic debris, assembling them meticulously into intricate structures. Over weeks, these delicate materials formed translucent lattices, spirals and domes that glittered softly in the submersible's glow. The eels moved in unison, weaving and shaping a sprawling garden that defied logic, both fragile and vast. The garden of glass eels grew day by day, sprawling across a deep underwater plateau, each part pulsing with faint bioluminescent light. The structures weren't simply nests or shelters. They resembled living architecture, designed with an intelligence that puzzled observers. The formations bent and shimmered with the currents, yet retained precise geometric shapes. Spirals following the Fibonacci sequence, hexagonal lattices echoing honeycomb patterns, arches curving with a mathematical elegance. Scientists hypothesized that this underwater garden served multiple purposes: shelter from predators, breeding grounds, and a living light source that attracted other marine life. Yet the complexity suggested something more profound, a collective consciousness guiding the creation, a delicate dance between nature and the unknown. Divers reported a feeling unlike any other when hovering near the garden. Time seemed to slow. The water grew warmer, though temperatures remained constant. There was a quiet hum, a resonance that vibrated through the hulls of their vessels and thrummed gently in their bones. Some described it as the ocean's heartbeat. The eels themselves seemed aware of the observers. They would pause their weaving, forming tight clusters, their glassy bodies reflecting light like a living mosaic. Occasionally, they would flicker in coordinated bursts of bioluminescence, sending pulses of light into the darkness, a silent communication perhaps, a greeting, or a warning. The garden was not without its dangers. Predators lurked in the shadows, giant squid, deep-sea fish with razor teeth, and cephalopods that moved like ghosts. Yet the garden protected its inhabitants with natural camouflage and the eerie beauty of its construction. To predators, the shimmering maze was a trap, a confusing web of reflections and light that disoriented and deterred. Over time, the garden became a nexus of life. Species unknown to science appeared, drawn to the shimmering sanctuary. Small crustaceans darted among the latticework. Bioluminescent jellyfish wove through the arches. Schools of tiny fish shimmered like liquid glass, their scales reflecting the garden's glow. The scientists attempted to sample pieces of the garden, but when removed from the deep ocean's embrace, the structures dissolved rapidly, fragile threads breaking apart, like spun sugar under the harsh light of the lab. The eels themselves refused captivity, fading away when removed from their habitat. This ephemeral nature deepened the mystery. Was the garden a living organism, a collective mind made manifest, or a natural wonder, shaped by evolutionary forces beyond human understanding? Local fishermen told tales of the glass forest, a place where the sea dreams in light and shadow, a sacred realm guarded by spirits who weave the ocean's secrets into fragile beauty. They warned outsiders not to disturb the garden, lest its delicate balance be shattered. As the sun sets over the Ryukyu Islands, the garden pulses softly in the ocean's depths, a place where glass and life entwine, where the sea breathes in light, and where mysteries shimmer just beyond reach. Beneath the restless tides of the Aegean Sea, off the coast of Crete, lies a mystery that stirs the imagination of every explorer, historian, and dreamer who hears its whispered name, the Sunken Library. It is said to be a place where knowledge, lost to time and tide, still pulses beneath the waves, its secrets etched not in paper, but in stone and shadow. The tale begins centuries ago, in a world where scholars gathered to preserve the wisdom of ages. Ancient texts, scrolls, and manuscripts filled vast halls, libraries that were temples of thought, firebrands of civilization. One such repository, believed to be unmatched in scope and grandeur, stood proud on a cliff, overlooking the sea, its walls shimmering with marble and gold. Then, as if swallowed by the ocean's own hand, the city and its great library vanished beneath a sudden violent flood, a tsunami, earthquake, or curse. No one could say for certain. All that remained was a whisper carried by currents and scattered fragments of stone across the seabed. For centuries, divers and archaeologists, searched the submerged ruins for signs of the lost library. What they found was staggering, but not what they expected. Enormous stone blocks, arranged with architectural precision, inscribed with indecipherable glyphs. In the deeper waters, among the ruins, were chambers carved with shelves, not filled with books, but with slabs of stone etched with lines and symbols, as if the written word had been transmuted into stone itself. Sonar mapping revealed labyrinthine corridors and vast halls stretching beneath the sea, places where water flowed silently through what must once have been marble floors and vaulted ceilings. The structures held an eerie stillness, a suspended silence, as if time itself had folded into the ruins. But it was the sound that captured imaginations. Submerged hydrophones placed within the ruins recorded low-frequency echoes, soft pulses that seemed to ripple through the stone, like the breath of the library's long-lost custodians. The echoes carried patterns, rising and falling tones, rhythmic waves that some likened to chanting, others to the rustling of pages in an unseen wind. The divers who ventured into the chambers described sensations of presence, as though the library still breathed beneath the waves. Some spoke of ghostly figures glimpsed in the corner of their eyes, scholars frozen in the act of reading, shadows caught between worlds. Others heard whispered words, indecipherable, yet compelling, phrases in languages that have long been lost. Among the artifacts recovered were tablets carved from obsidian, smooth and dark as the midnight sea. Their surfaces were inscribed with intricate designs, not just symbols, but diagrams of stars, maps of the known world, and strange geometries hinting at knowledge far beyond human understanding. Researchers studying these relics found that their inscriptions shifted subtly under changing light, as if alive, rearranging themselves like a puzzle whose solution lies just out of reach. The idea spread that the sunken library was not merely a place of knowledge, but a living archive, a repository where wisdom breathes and reshapes itself, hidden beneath the ocean's embrace. Local legends tell of a curse protecting the library's secrets, that those who seek its knowledge without respect are swallowed by the sea, their voices joining the chorus of echoes in the ruins. Sailors speak of phantom lights flickering in the depths, guiding or warning divers, and of a deep hum that rises when the sea is calm and the moon is full. One expedition, equipped with the latest underwater technology, sent autonomous drones into the deepest chambers. The drones captured stunning images of vast halls lined with pillars, inscriptions glowing faintly with bioluminescence, and walls that seemed to ripple like the surface of water itself. Yet, signals from the drones often vanished without explanation, lost in the labyrinth of stone and shadow. Scientists remain divided. Some believe the sunken library to be an ancient temple of knowledge, built by a civilization far older than recorded history. Others argue it is a natural geological formation, sculpted by ocean currents and mineral deposits, its shapes mistaken for human design. But none can explain the echoes, the voices that ripple through the stone, calling out across centuries. The library stands as a testament to human curiosity, and the ocean's power to both preserve and conceal. Its silent halls hold stories, secrets and songs, waiting patiently beneath the waves, in the depths where time folds and memory drifts. And as the currents flow through the ruins, the echoes linger, a haunting reminder that knowledge once written can never truly be lost. In the forgotten corners of the southern oceans, where the water grows cold and heavy with ancient secrets, tales circulate among mariners of a shadow so vast, so profound, that it blots out the sea itself. They call it the shadow of the Leviathan's eye, a presence both feared and revered, whispered about in storms and calm alike. The legend begins with sightings long ago, recorded in weathered logs and fading journal entries. Ships passing through certain latitudes reported a sudden darkness beneath their hulls, a shadow larger than any whale or known sea creature, vast enough to eclipse the ocean floor. Crews spoke of an eye staring upward from the depths, enormous, luminous, and filled with an intelligence older than the stars. Modern exploration has sought to understand these stories. Deep-sea drones and submersibles deployed in these shadowed waters captured strange phenomena, an enormous silhouette drifting silently in the dark, too large for any known creature, moving with grace and purpose. Its eye, a vast orb glowing with a cold blue light, seemed to observe without emotion, recording the world above in eternal watchfulness. Scientists attempted to measure the Leviathan's size, using sonar pings and light pulses, but the signals bent and refracted unpredictably around it, as if the creature occupied more than one place at once. The water surrounding the shadow shimmered with strange bioluminescence, patterns of light flickering in rhythm with its silent movements. Divers who approached the area reported a profound unease. The pressure seemed heavier, the darkness thicker, as if the ocean itself conspired to hide the Leviathan's secret. Instruments failed, compasses spun, and communications cut out unexpectedly. Those who peered into the abyss spoke of glimpsing the eye, vast and unblinking, and feeling the weight of its gaze deep in their souls. Mariners tell of encounters where the Leviathan's shadow blankets the water, calming storms and stilling winds. Ships caught in its presence are said to experience time dilation, moments stretching into hours, hours folding into dreams. Some speak of a protective force, others of an ancient judge weighing the deeds of those who sail the sea. The Leviathan's eye is not just a physical presence, but a symbol, a reminder of nature's vastness and mystery, of the thin line between life and legend. It embodies the ocean's duality, nurturing and terrifying, a cradle and a grave. Legends say that the Leviathan watches over the deep places, guardian of secrets buried beneath miles of water. Its shadow is a veil between worlds, between the known and the unknowable, a silence that speaks louder than any storm. In the darkness beneath the waves, the Leviathan's eye glows still, a silent witness to the eternal dance of sea and sky, and in its shadow, the ocean's deepest mysteries breathe. There exists, far beyond the bustling coasts and shipping lanes, a place where the ocean falls into a haunting stillness. Here the waves hold their breath, and the air itself seems woven with silence. It is said that in this quiet abyss, a siren sings, not with voice or melody, but with something far more elusive, a silent song. This is no ordinary call, no notes carried on the wind or water, no ethereal tones that lure sailors to their doom. The siren's silent song is felt, more than heard, a vibration deep within the soul, a resonance in the very fabric of being. It is a song that seeps into the marrow, turning thoughts into dreams and dreams into tides. The story began with the disappearance of a research vessel, the Astrea, lost without a trace near the edges of the Bermuda Triangle. In the wake of the incident, survivors of nearby ships reported strange sensations, moments where sound vanished entirely, where radio signals were replaced by an overwhelming stillness. Mariners spoke of a song that never reached ears but echoed in minds, pulling at the heart's rhythm. Oceanographers dispatched a fleet of submersibles to scour the depths. Their instruments captured anomalies, zones where sound waves faded into vacuum, where even sonar failed to penetrate. Within these soundless pockets, delicate pulses of bioluminescence shimmered, flickering in hypnotic patterns, an unspoken language of light. Divers entering these zones described an experience unlike any other. The water seemed to hold them, suspending motion and thought. The silence was absolute yet vibrant, filled with a presence that watched but never spoke. Some felt compelled to surrender, to float forever in the embrace of the silent song. Among the crew of one submersible was a young biologist, Elena, whose fascination grew into obsession. Each dive drew her deeper into the silent song's realm, where time unraveled and reality blurred. She recorded fragments of the song, patterns in light and pressure, rhythms that resonated with human heartbeats, but transcended comprehension. Elena's journals speak of visions, waves turning to glass, stars descending into the sea, and a figure half shadow, half light, whose eyes held the ocean's ancient sorrow. This figure sang without sound, weaving a song that pulled at the edges of existence. The siren's silent song seems a beacon, a reminder of the ocean's untamed soul. It is neither threat nor promise, but an invitation to listen, not with ears but with the heart. Legends across seafaring cultures speak of sirens, voices that enchant and ensnare. But this song is different, a silent hymn that calls not to the body, but to the spirit. It is the ocean's secret, whispered in the stillness beneath the waves. As long as the sea holds its breath, the siren's song endures, a silent melody echoing through the deep, waiting for those who dare to hear without sound. Beneath the restless surface of the Indian Ocean, A deep rift cuts through the seabed like a wound in the Earth's flesh, a scar where tectonic plates shift and grind in eternal dance. Known to oceanographers as the Rift of Forgotten Currents, this narrow canyon holds secrets older than recorded history, currents that flow unseen, whispers of ancient waters moving in defiance of time. Explorers first noted strange anomalies, while mapping the region's hydrothermal vents. Sonar and magnetic readings fluctuated unpredictably, as if unseen rivers carved paths beneath the ocean floor. Submersibles sent to investigate encountered currents that seemed to shift direction without warning, twisting through labyrinthine passages where no water should flow. The Rift of Forgotten Currents defies all known oceanographic laws. Its flows are erratic yet precise, weaving like ghostly serpents through underwater chasms and collapsed caves. Water at temperatures far colder than the surrounding sea surges through pockets of warmth, mixing layers in patterns no scientist has yet explained. Divers report a profound sensation when near the rift, a tugging at the mind, as if memories long submerged rise with the currents. Instruments often malfunction in the area, compasses spin wildly, communication signals distort, and time seems to slow and fold in impossible ways. Marine life adapts to the rift's strange energy. Creatures rare and elusive gather in its folds. Bioluminescent fish that flash in synchronized pulses, crustaceans with translucent shells shaped by the rift's shifting pressures. Anemones cling to rocky outcrops, their tentacles dancing with electric blue hues that illuminate the darkness. Legend speaks of the rift as a passage between worlds, a seam where the ocean's forgotten currents carry not just water, but stories, memories, and souls. Fishermen whisper of ships lost in the rift's maze, swallowed by tides that flow against reason. They speak of lights seen flickering in its depths, not stars, but something older, sentinels guarding the threshold. Scientists theorize that the rift may connect to deep-sea aquifers, or even subterranean oceans, vast reservoirs hidden beneath the planet's crust. Some suggest the currents carry remnants of ancient seas, trapped in time and space, flowing endlessly in their hidden corridors. Expeditions into the rift reveal landscapes both alien and haunting. Towering stone pillars carved by water and time, walls etched with mineral patterns that shift like living tattoos, and chambers filled with an otherworldly glow. The water here carries a strange scent, faintly metallic, mingled with the brine of ages past. One mission recounted encounters with enormous shadows moving beyond the reach of light, creatures too vast and slow for the mind to grasp, drifting through the forgotten currents like ancient gods. Their presence lingers as whispers in the water, echoes that ripple across the rift's labyrinth. The Rift of Forgotten Currents is a place where the ocean remembers, a realm where the flow of time bends, and the sea's deepest secrets remain locked beneath layers of water and stone. For those who venture close, the rift offers a choice to be lost in its currents, or to listen to the stories they carry. And in its depths, the forgotten flows eternal. Far beyond the reach of ordinary divers, nestled in the remote waters of the South Pacific, lies a coral formation unlike any other, a sprawling labyrinth carved by nature and time, a maze woven of living stone and shadow. This coral labyrinth is a place where light fractures into shards, currents twist into spirals, and the very sea seems to fold upon itself. The labyrinth's entrance is a narrow channel, guarded by towering coral walls, their surfaces etched with delicate patterns, spirals, waves, and geometric shapes that hint at ancient secrets. As explorers venture deeper, the passages multiply and twist, corridors branching endlessly like veins in the ocean's flesh. Mapping the labyrinth is a perilous endeavor. Sonar returns echo confusing signals, bouncing off overlapping layers and hidden chambers. Currents shift unpredictably, drawing divers toward dead ends or swirling pools where water stands still. The maze is alive, not with fish alone, but with an energy that pulses beneath the coral's surface. The coral labyrinth is home to creatures adapted to its intricate environment. Translucent shrimp that dart through narrow cracks, bioluminescent anemones that pulse softly in rhythmic patterns, and schools of fish that shimmer with iridescent scales, vanishing into the labyrinth's depths like living shadows. Divers report strange phenomena inside the maze. Time seems to slow, breaths lengthen, and senses sharpen. Some describe hearing faint whispers, voices carried on the currents, calling from unseen chambers. Others speak of flickering lights, not bioluminescence, but orbs of light that float silently through the passages, guiding or misleading those who follow. Legends tell of the labyrinth as a sacred place, a sanctuary for the ocean's mysteries. Ancient mariners whispered of a realm beneath the waves where spirits dwell, where the sea's memories are stored in coral and stone. To enter the maze is to step beyond the known world, to wander the folds of the ocean's dream. Expeditions have uncovered artifacts hidden within the labyrinth, fragments of pottery, carved stones and tools encrusted with coral. These relics suggest the maze was once a meeting place for lost civilizations, a place where the boundaries between sea and land blurred. Yet the labyrinth defies exploration. Many who enter do not return, swallowed by the maze's twisting passages or lost in its shifting currents. Search teams speak of ghostly figures glimpsed between coral columns, shapes that vanish when approached. The coral labyrinth remains a testament to the ocean's capacity for wonder and danger, a living puzzle crafted by nature and memory, an invitation and a warning. For those who brave its depths, the maze offers both discovery and oblivion, and beneath the waves the labyrinth waits, silent, endless, unforgiving. Beneath the inky veil of the world's darkest oceans where no sunlight dares to penetrate and pressure crushes with an almost tangible weight, lies the black abyss, a realm of eternal night and profound silence. Yet within this seemingly lifeless expanse, a pulse beats, a slow, steady rhythm that resonates through the depths, a heartbeat echoing from the ocean's most secret chambers. The pulse was first detected by deep-sea monitoring stations placed along the mid-Atlantic ridge, instruments designed to listen to the whispers of tectonic plates and the shifting crust beneath the sea floor. But what they found was unlike any geological activity. The rhythm was too regular, too deliberate. It wasn't the random groans of shifting stone, but the cadence of something alive. Scientists dubbed it the pulse of the black abyss, a phenomenon that confounded understanding and challenged the limits of human knowledge. The pulse traveled vast distances beneath the ocean, carried by water and rock alike, a signal both ancient and eternal. Submersibles dispatched to investigate the source encountered strange anomalies. The pulse seemed to vibrate through their hulls, a force that resonated not just with metal and glass, but with the very minds of those aboard. Divers reported sensations of calm and unease intertwined, as if the pulse touched a primal chord within their souls. Sonar imaging revealed a vast cavernous structure deep within the abyss, a hollow chamber carved by unknown forces. The walls shimmered faintly, as if lined with crystalline formations that pulsed in time with the heartbeat. Shadows moved within the chamber, too indistinct to identify, but unmistakably alive. The pulse altered the environment. Currents shifted rhythmically, drawing nutrients and life into the chamber's depths. Bioluminescent creatures congregated in spirals and patterns, their lights flickering like stars caught in the void. The ecosystem seemed to revolve around the pulse, a living testament to the ocean's hidden energy. Local legends passed down among island communities thousands of miles away speak of the black abyss as the ocean's heart, a place where the sea breathes and dreams. Stories tell of a giant creature sleeping beneath the waves, its heartbeat the pulse felt across oceans, guarding the balance of life and death. The pulse of the black abyss remains a mystery, a living rhythm that binds the ocean's deepest places. It is a reminder that beneath the silent surface life and motion persist in ways unseen, and that the ocean's soul still beats, steady, profound, eternal. And as long as the pulse continues, the abyss lives. Far beneath the roiling surface, in a place where light has long surrendered, and the ocean's weight presses down like a living shroud, lies the whispering depths, a realm cloaked in silence and mystery, where even sound seems hesitant to travel. It is a place where the sea itself seems to murmur secrets older than memory, a place where whispers rise like echoes from the ocean's ancient soul. The whispering depths earned their name from the strange phenomena recorded by deep-sea listening stations. Hydrophones placed in these remote trenches picked up soft murmurs, faint, elusive and impossible to locate with precision. Unlike the familiar songs of whales or the rhythmic pulses of tectonic shifts, these whispers wove together in patterns too complex to be random. yet too subtle to be deciphered. Scientists monitoring the data became obsessed with the whispers. Over months, patterns emerged, fractal and layered, rising and falling like the breath of a hidden giant. Linguists and cryptographers were called to decode the sounds, but no known language or code matched the pattern. Some hypothesized the whispers were a form of communication, perhaps between deep-sea creatures, or even from the ocean itself. Diving expeditions into the whispering depths told of eerie encounters. Divers spoke of an overwhelming quietness that filled their minds, a silence so profound it felt as though the ocean had sucked away every thought and sound. Instruments failed inexplicably, sonar returned ghostly echoes, and lights flickered under unseen influence. One diver described the experience as standing inside a vast cathedral of water, where the walls themselves seemed to breathe and hum with a voice just beyond comprehension. In the dim light, shadows shifted at the edges of vision, shapes too fluid to be creatures, too deliberate to be tricks of the mind. The whispering depths are home to strange life. Bioluminescent jellyfish pulsing in unison, translucent crustaceans darting through columns of black water, and fish whose eyes reflect ancient stars, all seem to respond to the unseen voice that vibrates through their realm. Local folklore speaks of these depths as the ocean's memory, a place where the past lives in whispers and shadows. Tales tell of drowned sailors who vanished into the deep, their voices joining the murmurs, and of ancient guardians who protect the ocean's secrets by weaving silence into the waves. The whispers are not constant. They come and go like tides, rising during the darkest nights and fading with dawn's first light. To some, the whispering depths are a warning, to others an invitation, a call to listen beyond the surface, beyond sound itself. The ocean holds its breath here, and if you listen deeply, you might hear the whispers too. Secrets carried on currents older than time. In the vast expanse of the Southern Ocean, where tempests rage and the sea is both cradle and crucible for life, sailors have long whispered of a phenomenon that defies reason, the phantom tide. It is a swell that rises without wind, a current that moves without cause, a ghostly force that appears and vanishes, as if summoned by the ocean's own will. The phantom tide is a secret known to those who navigate these perilous waters. It emerges suddenly, often during nights of stillness, when the moon hangs low and the stars glitter cold above the dark sea. Without warning, the ocean swells, lifting vessels gently yet inexorably, as if the waves themselves have taken breath. Witnesses describe the swell as both majestic and terrifying. It moves with a deliberate grace, rising high enough to bathe the decks in silver light, then receding just as mysteriously. No wind stirs its rise, no storms herald its approach. It leaves no wake, no churning foam, only an eerie calm broken by the soft lapping of water against hulls. Scientific expeditions sought to understand the phantom tide. Satellite imagery revealed fleeting changes in sea surface height, but these shifts were subtle, vanishing before data could be fully gathered. Sonar scans picked up deep underwater currents that seemed to defy the expected flow patterns, twisting and turning through submarine canyons and fissures with uncanny precision. Divers who ventured close spoke of disorientation and vertigo. The water seemed to pulse with an energy that blurred the boundary between time and space. Instruments malfunctioned, compasses spun unpredictably, and radio signals crackled with static. Those caught in the swell reported a sense of being carried not just through water, but through moments, memories folding and unfolding like waves upon the tide. Local legends paint the phantom tide as the ocean's breath, a living pulse that reminds the world of its ancient untamed spirit. Some say it is a gateway, a passage between realms, where the sea's surface and the depths below blur into one. Others whisper of guardians beneath the waves, entities that command the tide as a tool of protection or warning. The phantom tide challenges understanding. It is both presence and absence, a force seen and unseen, known yet unknowable. It reminds those who witness it that the ocean is a realm of mysteries far deeper than the eye can perceive. And as long as the phantom tide rises and falls, the sea keeps its secrets, waiting for those who dare to listen to the ghostly rhythm beneath the waves. The sea exhales, a gentle sigh that ripples across the vastness of water, soothing and soft, The tides retreat into silence, carrying with them the echoes of mysteries whispered in the deep, secrets the ocean holds close, shared only in the quietest moments. Beneath the surface, the ocean breathes slowly. Currents glide like soft fingers across the darkened reefs, brushing past coral and creatures unseen. The water moves with a rhythm older than time itself, a lullaby written in waves and whispered in currents. Close your eyes and listen. Feel the gentle pulse beneath the surface, the heartbeat of the ocean's soul, steady and slow. The pulse that has sung to the stars, that has cradled ancient creatures and borne the weight of forgotten worlds. Imagine the deep, a place where light fades into blue and black, where silence wraps you like a velvet cloak. The ocean floor stretches wide and mysterious, alive with shadows that dance just beyond your vision. Here, the secrets rest, not in noise or chaos, but in stillness and grace. The waves lap softly against the shore, a rhythm like the slow breathing of the earth. Each crest rises and falls, a gentle reminder that all things flow, that all things return. The ocean's voice is not harsh or loud, it is a whisper, a song, a quiet hymn to the endless cycle of life. Let the sound carry you. Drift with the currents as they move through ancient trenches and coral gardens, past glowing creatures that pulse with their own light. Feel the cool embrace of water, the gentle pressure that holds you safe and warm beneath the surface. Beneath the waves, time slows, the world above fades. Thoughts settle like sediment, floating down to rest in the soft sand. Your mind quiets, body lightens, and breath deepens. In the distance the ocean calls, a melody without words, without form, but full of meaning. It sings of journeys taken, of mysteries solved and unsolved, of the endless dance between sea and sky. The ocean is ancient, vast and alive. It holds your dreams as it holds its own, cradled in the deep blue. Let yourself drift, sink deeper, float free. The sea awaits, a timeless lullaby, and in its embrace, find peace. Sleep now, beneath the waves.